Greetings and welcome to an LGR thing about the LGR Woodgrain 486, a system that has become somewhat of a mascot, I suppose, for the channel, right next to Cool Crab, I guess. But yeah, it's interesting. I actually made this thing almost 7 years ago for what was then the 7-year anniversary of the LGR show. So yeah. That's bizarre. But anyway, here we are, and yeah, I figured we could take a look back at what's happened to it over all these years because it's gone through quite a lot. And none of that, I needed a video here as just kind of filler while I'm away. See details about that in the comments. But yeah, this is going to be a kind of compilation clips show. Just trying something new here, but I don't want to go like straightforward, here's a bunch of episodes you may have already seen all in a row kind of thing. I really want to update on things that have happened since recording those videos, or just little anecdotes and additions and whatnot, a little bit of context, and then at the end there's going to be some new stuff because there are things about this machine that I maybe have alluded to in previous videos, but didn't actually make dedicated videos about that. So a bunch of notes and stuff. Let's just go ahead and get to where it all started though. And that was the 7-year anniversary video. So when this one starts, it's got this old intro, and that's what the intro is from. I still get some people asking like, what the heck is this about? Like if you haven't seen older LGR videos, then this LGR video intro that seems kind of out of place. But anyway, it was referencing stuff. Kind of doesn't matter at this point. Super cool Andrew Hulshult theme song though. So he's only like exploded in popularity ever since then. Anyway, yeah, shout out to Andrew for doing that awesome intro song for that, as we're gonna see in a moment. Anyway, let's just go ahead and watch that. This is the beginning of the LGR Woodgrain 486. Greetings and welcome to LGR for 7 years now. What a crazy thing. Speaking of crazy things, did you hear that intro? That is just the coolest. Huge shout out to Andrew Hulshult for putting that together for me. I commissioned him to remix my old theme song, Vaccine for You, in this metal rendition as you just heard, and it is awesome. You can download the whole thing in the description below if you'd like, and check out his other music too. He does a lot of really good stuff, but big shout out to all of you as well. Supporting the show over the years, this has just been the best time of my life. I love doing this. I'm going to keep doing it as long as I can, and I just want to repay you a little bit by doing a video that you've requested for a long time, and something that I've wanted to do for ages myself, and that is build a 486 computer for MS-DOS gaming, and I am psyched to do this because, this is the kind of era of computers that I just was like in awe of as a kid, and there's so many cool things you can do with them. So we're just going to go all out and really explain the pros and cons and the hassles that you're gonna have to deal with, but also the excitement and the cool stuff that you can do with a 486 computer and the pleasures of building one yourself. And not only that, I'm going to deck it out in the only way I know how to here on LGR, and that is with wood grain. That's right, wood grain. On this show, it's not tacky, it's classy. And I've just got this contact paper wood grain vinyl adhesive, and we're going to just wrap a 90s kind of beige style case in this and make it look awesome, kind of like what I did to this 3.5-inch external floppy drive here. Just look at that. That is just a marked improvement, I have got to say. I like wood grain. And allow me to explain really quick what I want to do with this 486. What are my goals here? For one thing, it's got to have a turbo button. I think that's just cool. And two, I want it to be a VESA local bus, like VESA compatible motherboard and computer with a video card that uses a VLB connector, because it was something I always just sort of lusted after as a kid after SimCity 2000 came out, and I didn't have a VESA compatible computer that did SVGA, and so that just stuck in my mind for years. And I know there were some that were just regular like 16-bit ISA cards, and those are cool too, but I want to mess with VLB because I never have, and it seems like it could be interesting. The other goal really is just to keep it kind of period accurate to around 1993, 1994, something that I would have respected. You know, there are just infinite variations on DOS computer builds that you can do. This is just going to cover a whole lot of the basics though, and you can apply this to those other more powerful builds. But yeah, let's just hop into some part selection. I'm sure someone's going to ask, where am I going to get the parts for this computer? And that's a good question. I could go to eBay, I could go to forums, or try to look for them in thrift stores, but I have a better option. Why not just look in my own storage? Because, well, you know, I don't show people this room very often, but I've got a few spares of things lying around. These boxes are just full of parts, software, ongoing projects, a lot of LGR things I've done in the past, and many things that I hope to cover in the future. Or even just a box of stuff like this here, just random ISA and other cards. All sorts of things in here. Sound cards, video cards. There's a Voodoo card. Ooh, what is this? Yeah, a lot of these are maybe a little later than what I'm looking for, but there's also some good stuff in here I'm for sure gonna use. Oh, here's an original Sound Blaster. That'd be nice. Well, isn't this a lovely assortment of parts? Let's just go ahead and take a look at everything piece by piece because I think it's awesome. And here is the motherboard itself that we will be using, which is quite an important piece, obviously. This right here, if you're curious about the model, is something known as the VI15G. I believe it was manufactured by Acer at some point or another, but yeah, I don't know. It's just your kind of generic jack of all trades socket 3 486 motherboard that's very common at the time. There's a few reasons that I went with it. Of course, first being that it has VLB capability, which is just something I haven't messed with very much, so I'm curious to do that. It's basically an extension of 16-bit ISA, which is what all these slots are here. These are your expansion slots. And, well, you have this in addition to that. So it's not PCI or anything like that. It's just 16-bit ISA with VLB capability. So you can plug in things like, well, video cards, of course, which is what I'm going to be using, but also hard disk controllers and like COM serial connections and all sorts of things, but pretty much just want it for the video capability right now. It also has this nice zero insertion force socket 3 right here for the CPU, and that just allows you to drop it in place, which is pretty much what you see still nowadays, and that might not seem so weird, but actually there's a lot of boards at the time that don't have this, and you just kind of have to jam it in place. It's really annoying. It's got a nice little auxiliary thing here if you want to plug in like a fan or something. Who cares? And there's also this American Megatrends BIOS, which I just really like this particular version of it because it looks neat. It's got a UI that just pleases me, and we'll get to that when we get to the setup program. It's got a spot here for like cache memory chips. I don't know if I have any of those on hand at the moment, but I will check and see if I do later. And check out all these little pins, right? All these jumpers. There are so many pins and jumpers and things that have to be either open or shorted or whatever. And that actually configures like what your CPU type is, the speed, other things you may have installed or features you want to enable or disable. It's all through pins, and the rest of it's through the BIOS. There's a lot more going on in like the setup program in this one, but yeah, there's still a lot of stuff that's determined through pins. It's got 4 72-pin SIM RAM slots here. Oh, come on, focus, you stupid thing. There we go. And this is 16-bit RAM. There's a lot of boards of the time that are still going to have 30-pin SIM slots, but this one has the 16, like the 72-pin ones. I like that. I think this will actually take up to like 96 megs of RAM, which is insane. We're not going to put that much, although it'd be kind of cool, wouldn't it? This right here might not look familiar if you're just more familiar with more modern PCs. This is not ATX or anything. That is your traditional PC power supply connector right there. So yeah, that's fun. It's a little aggravating to deal with. You'll notice there's a severe lack of ports built into this thing. In fact, really the only I/O kind of thing you have right here is a keyboard for 5-pin AT keyboard stuff, and that's it. So for things like, you know, a mouse or graphics card, sound, or literally anything, hard disk support, you're gonna need cards. cards everywhere. So that's why there's so many friggin' slots, because pretty much every basic function is just not built in, and that's very common for these boards of the time. And something else that isn't common for boards of this era necessarily is the CR2032, just your basic kind of battery for the CMOS and real-time clock, and that's common now, but you know what? This is the only board like this from this time period that I actually own. In fact, let me show you some of the others that I was considering. So this board right here, it's very similar in a lot of ways, but look at that. It's got that horrible like barrel battery, and it's soldered into the board, and it's not a huge pain to take off of there. In fact, I just meaning to clip it off, because they leak and they will ruin the motherboard. It will eat into the traces. It's just a bad time all around. So yeah, just get rid of those things whenever you can, or replace them with like the CR2032. You can just solder in a holder. It's no big deal. There's some of those cache chips. I might actually try to use those in the other board. And let me show you one other motherboard I was considering here. I decided against because of the battery, mainly. This is a really nice little board, actually, but it has that CPU insertion right there that is just, I mean, you just kind of have to slam it in place, and there's no lever. It makes it really annoying to deal with, and whatever. Just being lazy. And then it's got this, which is the battery. This is one of these real-time clocks. A lot of them were made by Dallas, and it's just all inside this little thing here. And the annoying thing is, even though they last a really long time, when they do die, look at that. There's a billion little pins underneath, and it's soldered directly into the board. Now, some of them are socketed. Those aren't a huge pain to deal with, of course. You can just pull them out, put in a new one. Everything's fine. But with this one, you need like proper, like a vacuum pump desoldering tool. I don't have that, and I don't want to deal with it. So went with this one, with the nice old easily replaceable CR2032. So you can get those batteries friggin' anywhere nowadays, and since ever. The dawn of time. In fact, I think those 2032s predate humanity. So let's see, what's up next here? I guess we can just go on to the CPU itself. I'm going with an AMD, which at the time, these were actually a little bit faster than a lot of Intel's offering, so these things are really neat. This is the DX266, the AM486 version of it. And, well, it's pretty awesome. Really classic chip, classic speed, and most importantly, my motherboard supports it right out of the box, like just as it is. So that makes it really easy. Obviously, if you can get something better, you probably want to. In fact, I was also considering this monster. Look at this. This is AM486 DX4 100. Ridiculously powerful for the time. In fact, this thing can give early Pentiums a run for their money and outperform the DX4 100s from Intel. Check that. Heatsink was actually required for this one, whereas just like the DX2 is not. So you don't need any heatsinks or fans or anything, but this one, heatsink and fan would be nice. I could add a heatsink and fan to the DX2 if I wanted. In fact, I've got one right here. Look at this little thing. Oh, how cute. It works. That's about as much as you can say for it. All right, so in order to get capability of pretty much everything we need, I've got this standard kind of controller card, 16-bit ISA, and it gives us a hard disk and floppy disk capability, as well as parallel and serial port, another serial port, and then like a 15-pin game port here, it looks like, which will be kind of redundant once I install a sound card, but hey, that's nice. That adds a bunch of I/O that we really need. Seriously. And let's see here. Well, we've got the hard disk, which is awesome. This is a classic Western Digital Caviar 2420. A massive 425.3 megabytes. Oh man. April 1994 is when this was made, so seemed appropriate. I could have gone with a compact flash solution. I'm very well aware of that, but just didn't want to. I wanted to go with more original kind of stuff here. I don't really need it either, because honestly, that thing's fast enough. I like the sound of old hard disks too. Here's the RAM we'll be going with, 72 pin here. This one is 8 megs, and so is this one. So we're gonna have 16 megabytes of RAM with our 486 DX2. That is just such a classic configuration that it makes me want to dance around. Let's see here. We've got the video card that we're going to be using, and wow, there are a lot of choices for VLB video cards, but this is one of them that I had on hand that is quite nice, I think, for what I'm wanting to do. This is the Diamond Speedstar Pro VLB. This is a 1 megabyte video card. It's pretty sweet. And it supplies the SVGA and VGA, and I think pretty good compatibility with like EGA and CGA, which is nice. But yeah, there's a whole bunch of other cards. Some of them are 2 megs. A couple I've even seen like 4 meg. I mean, that's ridiculous. But yeah, so it's got the VLB connector right here, in addition to your classic sort of 8-bit style ISA connector. I'm also going to slap this in here because I might play around with some networking at some point. So we've got this to add here, 10100 Ethernet and all that good stuff. So that's cool, but it's just, you know, it's just a card. Kind of boring. This is not boring though. When it comes to sound cards, there are obviously a ton of things I thought about. You know, the original Sound Blaster, Sound Blaster 16. In fact, I'm still considering slapping like a Sound Blaster 16 in here. But you know what? I may as well just go with this, the AWE32, the AW32 CT3900. Good old wavetable sound and all sorts of just cool stuff. These cards were legendary, always wanted one back in the day, and I've got one. I'm going to stick it in there because I can. And yes, this does actually take some RAM in here, like 30 pin. I might stick some in there if I feel like it. I would have loved to put like a Gravis Ultrasound, but I don't own one. I would love to have one, but they're expensive and hard to track down, so maybe someday, but this will work. And then lastly, we've got some drives here. So we've got 3.5 inch, just your 1.44 meg, very standard, and also very standard 5.25 inch. This one is 1.2 megabyte capable, and I like that. You know, look at that. This drive is designed not to require a protect sheet. Inserting one may damage the mechanism. I don't want to take that off of there because it adds some charm, like very outdated charm. At one point when you were moving these things around, you would actually stick like a piece of floppy disk shaped cardboard in there to keep the internals from rattling when you're moving the computer. But they don't need it anymore with this one. And in case you're wondering about like the manufacturing and stuff, this is a Chinon FR506. Very common floppy drive. I've seen quite a few of these around. And this is pretty much just the most basic CD-ROM drive. I'm not the happiest with this, but it's what I had lying around closest by. So, you know, this is just a Sony CDU33A-01 double speed CD-ROM drive made in 1994, so it seemed appropriate. And then last but not least is the case. It's pretty much just a case. Taking off the outside here so you can see the inside. And just your kind of typical design of the time, and it's got some annoying stuff too, like a big caddy here for holding the hard disks and whatnot. But hey, I like the other parts of it. I like the fact that it has a nice proper PC speaker in there, nice cone, none of that piezo beeper crap that you see on a lot of modern machines. And then of course we have the power supply, which is just a 200 watt power supply by Best Tech. I don't know if it's the best, but it's definitely tech. And then around front here, I really like the front design of this. That whole sort of ridge, riveting, whatever, I don't know. It's neat. I like the display. The display was a necessary thing for me because I just thought it was the coolest thing ever as a kid. It's got a floppy drive already in here. You know, I might just leave it in there because it's really annoying to get out of here. I'll see if it works, and if it does, I'll probably just leave it. But check it out, turbo button, because that's awesomely necessary. And it does have the key right here for locking the keyboard and people from messing with it and whatnot. In fact, check this out. I've actually got the keys to go with it. So you just stick that in the front there, turn the key, and then nobody's going to be using your computer. Or if you forget and leave it in the wrong position, then your computer's just not turning on. You're like, what the heck? Or the keyboard doesn't work. It sucks. I like that little badge too, 46DX2, 66 megahertz. Now it is time to insert the CPU. And before I go any further though, let me just address the whole electrostatic discharge thing, because you may notice I'm not wearing a wrist strap or anything. I've never felt the need to. I've been doing this for decades, no problem at all, just touching a computer chassis that's grounded, making sure you discharge your static, and not doing anything on like a static surface or anything, and this wood table is fine. You just got to be mindful of it though, of course, and make sure that you are discharging and make sure that that sounds really dirty. Let's just stop it right there. So anyway, here is the CPU itself, and how do we do this? Well, it's pretty simple. If you see that little notch cut out right there, that's letting you know which way to put this thing in, and that's supposed to line up with that little extra pin that's off to the side there, being alone and sad. So we just sort of drop it here, and you'll notice that there are actually more holes in this socket than there are pins on the CPU. You just sort of stick it very much in the middle right there. And then we'll sort of drop this in place, and that's it. We've installed the CPU. Alright, time to address the RAM. And these are kind of fun too, as far as little notches go. So that means it can only go in one way here. And in this particular board, there's like a little extra bit on this side and not on this side. So that means the slot's going to go over there. And so with this one, I'm going to put this one in slot 1, which is this first one down here, which is labeled on the motherboard. And should just go in like so. There you go. It just sort of snaps in place there and gets in like that. And you do want to make sure that it's nice and tight, because these are a little finicky. Sometimes they looks like it's in, but it's not. There we go. Felt everything snap in place, I think so. All right, got the RAM installed. So let's get this thing inside the case, and then we can start installing some cards. So here's another thing that you don't see a whole lot of anymore, and that is the fact that there's only 2 offsets for the motherboard in this case. Otherwise, you just have these little grooves here, and that's for these kind of plastic offsets. And it's kind of interesting because they just sort of pop in here like that, and then they're going to all right, my camera focuses. That part is going to slide into these little grooves along the back. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 2 spots for the offsets to screw into, and that's it. So it's kind of an interesting design. Yeah. By interesting design, I mean terrible. Super annoying. Okay, it's mostly in there. This one is supposed to have another one go in right here, but the cache is actually covering the spot where the 4th one would go. So I'm just kind of gonna let it be what it is, but it is at least mounted in there, and it's got a screw, and the other ones are in place. So it's 4 points. It's just this corner is a little loose, so gotta be careful with that. All right, let's go ahead and plug in the power supply to the motherboard here. And with these, in theory, they will fit either way, but you only want to put them in one way, like so many other things in here. And if you don't, then you might blow something up. So black to black is the idea here. So of course the black cables go side by side, and if they're opposing, then it's not good. You kind of have to wiggle them in place. Let's see. There we go. All right. Oh, here's the fun part. And by that I mean not at all. These are all the things for the front of the case. So, and the things like PC speakers, turbo switch, LEDs, and even that little key in the front. It's all got to plug into the motherboard somewhere. Except for, I think, the hard drive LED. That's actually going to plug into the controller card once I get that installed. But, good. Okay, so it does have some of these connectors labeled down here, but not all of them. So that's kind of a pain. It means start looking up online what the pinouts are for this thing, which it looks like, yeah, there's a jumper manual on that old classic Imbaron site, motherboard manuals, data, and more. So yeah, let's follow this and see what we got. Okay, I'm going to say that that is correct. And if it's not, then I will know once we turn this thing on. Alright, let's go ahead and get the unwieldy controller card connected. And put it in this slot and hope it likes it there. Alright. If I were thinking, I would put it up here, but I'm not thinking. Okay, put the networking card in here. Sweet. Giant sound card right here. And yes, I know I'm taking up the VLB slot right there, but we've got two more. I'm not worried. While we're at the sound card here, I'm actually going to go ahead and plug in, this is like the audio interface cable for the CD-ROM to allow CD audio to pass through to it. So that's going to go right there. And then this will plug into the back of the CD-ROM drive. And finally, the video card. I'll go right here, and these are kind of tricky because of the VLB part of it. It's a little unwieldy. And the screw at the bottom was getting in the way of putting the video card in place. So, there we go. Very tight fit in those VLB portions down there, but alright, that's pretty much all the cards plugged in, I guess. Now that is a proper assortment of ports and whatnot in the back. Makes me very happy, even though this thing seems to want to leave. Okay, time to drop this floppy drive in here. And I didn't mention it, but I have actually gone through and cleaned out the inside of that as much as I could. You can use like a disc cleaner if you want to, or you can just go inside like I did and just vacuum it out, made sure everything was all nice and clean in there, and then you lube up the rails with some appropriate like electronics lube. Usually that's like a white lithium based lubrication, I believe is what it is. So yeah, just to make sure that it works nicely, because those will absolutely crap out over time. They'll usually be repairable, you know, you can get them working again, but 5¼ inch floppy drives especially can be really finicky when they're not properly maintained. You can start putting in some power and data cables and things like that. So here's that audio cable that's going to the sound card. It's going to go back to the CD-ROM right there. Let's see. That floppy drive is up there. Looks like the power is still connected to the 3.5 inch already, so that's useful. So this is something that's always kind of tricky when putting floppy drives in and connecting them all up. So these didn't really have much of a notable like pin 1, or usually there's a red stripe here. This one kind of has one, I guess. It's kind of like little speckles, but that's supposed to indicate which way this is going to plug into the back of the floppy drive. So it's supposed to, the red part, pin 1, is supposed to be facing the direction of where the power plugs in, and in this floppy drive, at least for the 3.5 inch here, it goes in on the right, the power does. So that means the red part should be facing that. And there we go. Got it plugged in. And then this is going to plug into the 5¼ inch drive, and these can only go in one way, and that's that way. So that's plugged in. Sweet. Power is already plugged in for the 3.5 inch. So just plug this one into the 5¼ inch floppy drive there. So here's the caddy that I was talking about that the hard disks go into. It actually goes in here like that and screws into the back. So you have to like take this thing out, or else you can't get to actually putting anything inside of there. So simple enough though. It just slides in there like that, I believe, and that's pretty much all I gotta do. Well, of course I do have it set to be the only drive in there with those little jumper pins, which usually tells you what to do on the back or the top of the drive where the label is. It's gonna line these up. God, I hate this design. Okay, so I just realized something. That's an early Sony CD-ROM drive, and that had like a Sony interface, and this is the cable that you can use with it, and I was just going to plug it in. I'm like, wait a second, I don't have anywhere to plug that in the rest of the computer here. There's like spaces to do, you know, different interfaces and whatnot on the AWE32, and I've got some things on the controller card, but those are all filled. Yeah, none of them are going to fit that. I do actually have a controller deal like the Sony would just plug in right here. You can see it actually says Sony CD-ROM. But, you know, this is like a sound card and other things that I don't need. So what I'm going to do is swap out this CD-ROM here, the Sony, which is, it's a classic, but you know what? I don't want other cards in there, especially audio ones, potentially conflicting. And I could probably make it work, but I just don't want to. So screw it. All right, you weirdo. Get out of there. Put something much more appropriate in here instead. I picked up something at the local Circuit City just a few minutes ago. A brand new inbox Blaster CD-ROM 2-speed by Creative. No, Circuit City has been out of business for friggin' ever, which makes me very sad. But this, I've had this for a while, and I figure I may as well open it up and install it in here, because this will work just fine with what I've got, and it also includes an interface card and cable. Well, since we're here, I may as well do an unboxing. It's pretty cool, actually. I don't remember how long I've had this, but it's been quite a while. I've been wanting to open it up anyway and just use it for a rainy day. So let's see. Ooh, look at that. Brand new. Very cool. So we've got the little baggie here with the cable and another one of those. This is actually going to have a different end connector for the audio. So it's a good thing it came with that. I like this. This is really cool. I was always jealous of these, or envious of my friends that had one Creative CD-ROM. Look at that. MPC2 Multimedia PC standard. Adheres to that just fine. Brand new. Oh, that's really cool. Made in 1995, actually. So this must have been a later, like, re-release budget thing. I guess that makes sense with the packaging and, like, the whole value. So here is the controller card. And this, it's like just an 8-bit ISA. Yep. So that'll just drop right in there, and check it out. This thing is so clean. Makes sense, but I mean, it really is. Huh. You know, it looks like I could actually hook in that Sony drive on this one, but I'm not going to go with the Creative because I have more nostalgia for that anyway. Let's see what else we get in here. This is pretty cool. We get thank you registration card, a user's guide for the Blaster CD-ROM 2-speed. Have you seen these forces? My God. Some pretty hefty documentation here. Look at all this. Good grief. Wow. Installing CD-ROM support in DOS is no easy task sometimes, especially Windows 3.12. There's an addendum. And it looks like we have a floppy disk for some software. Do I want to open this or not? I think I do. Thunder outside. Oh yeah. Sound Blaster CD-ROM installation disk. Not seen in 21 years. Very cool. Well, this will make it a heck of a lot easier to set up. I was having to like figure out where I was going to get the drivers and things for that Sony drive and how to make that work, but this is about as simple as it gets. So yeah, I was right. The cable that the Creative CD-ROM drive comes with actually plugs directly into the AW32 sound card, so I don't even need to use this guy at all. This is a very useful card to have for that Sony and Creative drive ports right there. That's really cool. Kind of a tight fit. Oh yeah, I like the look of this much better anyway. Not necessarily the coloring or anything, but that's just, I remember seeing so many Creative drives on friends and family's computers that, oh man, I always wanted one. Oh yeah, everything's in here, looking good. Cable management is top notch. But you know, if this works, I don't really care too much. Moment of truth, see if anything works. There's the power. Ooh, got a signal. Yes! 16 megs of RAM. There's the motherboard. I hear the hard drive. Ooh, it detected C drive failure. Well, that's kind of expected. I don't think there's... Okay, 66 megahertz. It's all looking pretty cool. Yeah, it's missing the operating system. That's... Alright, so... don't have floppy drive B detected there. Kind of makes sense. Let's restart this thing and get into the setup program. And check this out, alright? So this is what I was really... I just love this BIOS. Look at this. It's like an Atari ST or something. It has that sort of look to it. It's really cool. Okay, so let's just take a look here. Date and time. Wow, it already knows? What the heck, man? That's pretty cool. Seriously, that's impressive. I have not set this myself. Whoever had this thing before me must have like set it. Wow, it has kept track of the time within like a few minutes. That's pretty amazing. All right, that battery must still be pretty good in there. Because yeah, I didn't check the CR2032. I didn't take it out or anything. That's genuinely impressive to me. So I'm gonna say that maybe, yeah, let's try that. See what happens. Hard disk C. Ooh, it's is user set. Is that really what I want? I didn't even see if it was detecting it as the correct drive. Looks like we can detect C. Let's see what that is. Yeah, that's correct. Wow, it detected it nicely. See, yeah, I love this BIOS. It's so cool. Look at this. Army mode BIOS. Pastel Sky. This is like Windows 2.0 kind of crap here is what it looks like. And it's great. I love this. This makes me so happy. Okay, let me move the camera here for a second. Oh my god. Check it out. The turbo is displaying the 66 megahertz right there. I don't know if this is functioning. I probably should check that here soon. But anyway, basically, what this is asking right here on the screen, system boot up speed is in high. So when you press the turbo button, it'll go down to like the lower compatible mode for lower speed. The rest of this is looking pretty good. Oh, sweet. No error that time. Awesome. 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 All right. So, yeah, I have actually used this hard drive in something else before just to test it out. It doesn't actually have like full DOS 622 on there. Like, see, it's asking for time and date and weird crap. It's really just like command com and that's it. But I did actually put Keen Dreams on there. I don't remember why. Hey, Dreams. Neat. See if this PC speaker works and I connected that correctly. Ooh, I don't hear it. Nope, doesn't seem to be working. So we got some things to sort out, but this is very promising. Okay, so this is going to be interesting to try to fix. Brand new CD drive. When you hit the eject button, check that out. That's as far as it opens. For brand new, I am not impressed. It was more of a budget release than I thought. Alright, so check it out. This whole back part here, it's supposed to look more like that, and instead it's like coming out of that little area in there and is all busted up. I can't believe it. Brand new in the box. The box has not even been harmed. I mean, you saw it. It looked like, well, brand new. I'm going to see if I can fix this, but if not, I might be going back to the Sony. Good grief. Okay, I will be surprised if this works. But there we go. So I was able to just literally take this assembly, I picked it up and plopped it back where it was. Or where it's supposed to be. I guess it just came from the factory like that. That is ridiculously cheap. I mean, this whole assembly is just really cheap. That's unfortunate. Much better. So I've got the wonky CD-ROM drive figured out, but I do have another problem to sort now. So the A and B drives are reading, but they're not exactly reliable. Like, they're recognizing just fine, but when I try to read a disk, I get this horrible general failure reading drive A, which is unfortunately a pretty common problem for these. I'm going to try to access the B drive now. Oh, let me put the disk in there. Try that again. And this one typically seems to read things. Yeah, like it read that just fine. I've had a couple times where it hasn't though. So, you know, I'm going to check the drives themselves, check the cable, check the controller card. There's a bunch of things that this could be. It could also just be that this is a bad drive. I've never actually tried that 3.5-inch drive before. I know this one usually works on the other machine that I've used it on, so... Well, here we go. Easiest way to check it really quick is just to try another 3.5-inch drive here, and, well... it's getting the same error, so it's probably something else. Okay, after 35-40 minutes of screwing around with everything I could, replacing cables, replacing discs and cards, man, I put in a whole, I switched around everything, really. So the sound card's at the bottom now, and I also put in this, another controller card that I had, which is actually a VLB card. You can kind of see it there, my phone shadow's in the way. But it's basically the same as the one I had in there that was just normal ISA. Hooked everything up, and using the same old floppy drive, and looky here. Everything's fine. Perfectly fine. So, somewhere along the line, it has been fixed. I don't give a crap where. Well, now that I've got a working A drive, it's time to install MS-DOS 6, or specifically 6.22. Probably install Windows 3.1 eventually as well. But we're just gonna, gotta have DOS first. So that's what we're gonna do. I love this classic setup for Microsoft operating systems. They used this for, man, till what? Windows Vista or something? Maybe fix it with ScanDisk. Disk problems, just diagnose them, correct them. I'm sure it probably works for some things, but you know what? Whoever really used ScanDisk? Oh, this is gonna be good. Killer. Oh yeah, and I plugged in the PC speaker, so Keen Dreams should have PC speaker sound now. The actual PC speaker noise on. Whoops. Haha. Yay! PC speaker noise! Oh, it sounds so cool. Okay, I guess we'll try setting up the CD-ROM drive now and see if my quick repair worked. Oh yeah, it's just that. So let's see what we got here. Looks like I probably might have to do the same installation when I get 3.1 on here. But this is the DOS installer. So let's see what we got. SBCD works fine with me. Okay, I'm assuming it's that since I didn't change. Actually, I'm not sure. Maybe I should have checked that because I'm actually plugging this into the R32, not the card that it came with. Oh, good. Well, it's at least got this. I don't know. Oh, it's not ready. Huh. Yeah, so I might need to switch that address. Okay, now it's time to install the R32 wonderful sound card here off of the original floppy disks. And yeah, let me see what's in the custom here. Oh my, all sorts of crap. A lot of things I don't necessarily need, especially because there's Windows stuff that I don't even have Windows on here right now. So yeah, this is interesting. I don't exactly have any of these drives, but maybe this will work. We'll see. You see all that stuff that just went by earlier about the IRQ and DMA settings and things like that. Well, there's a reason that can be such an absolute pain, And that is because each piece of hardware that goes in there, all the cards and stuff, they're going to have IRQ and DMA settings. That basically is like memory addresses and the system knowing where to look for certain things and whatnot. And if they happen to have the same settings, they can conflict. Or if they're looking in the wrong space, they can conflict. And all sorts of things that can conflict. It's a wonderful, terrible thing. Let's try some Duke Nukem 2 as a test for the sound. I know it's not exactly AWE32, like tiered wavetable stuff, but at least try Sound Blaster and AdLib. That isn't promising. No music. Huh. Okay, so we've got Sound Blaster sound, like PCM audio, but no AdLib, or...
I am back.
Well, that's fascinating. I don't think I've ever... Yeah, it's turned on. Okay, so this is the testing utility, diagnostic utility for the 32. So we should be able to...
8-bit testing.
8-bit testing. Okay, so we got that.
16-bit testing.
Okay, that's good. Huh. Everything seems to be working. Very well, I might say. So that's cool. Maybe you just needed to friggin' be stupid. It is just insanely low volume. Okay, well, we know how to fix that. Alright, let's get out of here and get back to the... So this is where you can adjust like the volume for all sorts of things, really. And yeah, if we want to, some equalizer settings and things like that in here too. But so I haven't had much luck getting the CD drive to work with the sound card, so I'm going to actually try it with the card it came with, just to see if indeed the CD drive is working, because I don't know, I mean, it could be screwed up for all I know. Another thing I've noticed is that the main speaker output here is really crackly. Like, I mean, it's seen better days anyway, this card, so what I'm going to do is use a little bit of this Deoxit contact cleaner, which is good for, well, cleaning contacts and stuff. And especially like deoxidizing audio ports. Yeah. So, in theory, this is supposed to just break up the oxidization and some other crap that's in there. Works really well for a lot of audio equipment that I have, so hopefully it'll resolve my problems here too. So we'll let that sit for a while, kind of let it go, and then spray it a little bit more, and then let it dry off and get all that crap out of there. And hopefully we'll have some good audio. Please. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. Sweet. All right, so I guess that worked. Putting in the creative card, not the sound card, the interface card for the CD-ROMs. Awesome. So we should have D accessible. Oh, I hear it spinning. Hopefully it's okay. It sounds a little bit like it's rubbing up against something, which it probably is. Yep. Okay, so I was afraid of that. That kind of is expected, to be honest. So CD is fine. It didn't mess up anything. But the internals are a little screwed up because of the whole, well, the fact that it's just a piece of crap. Well, it's been an interesting couple of days, but here's the solution I've got at the moment. I'm just using this random Acer CD-ROM drive, which is much later. It's a 50 speed. I don't like it being in here since it doesn't fit my whole early 90s aesthetic. That's more like much later 90s, but you know, whatever. I don't care because it friggin' works. And it's an IDE drive, and I don't have to mess with any stupid controller cards or anything like that. It's the lazy way out, but that's what I'm doing right now until I get a better more appropriate for the era CD-ROM that actually works. Because I tried the Sony one, it didn't work. And like the creative one, there's just so many problems I've had over the past couple days that I'm just pissed. So here we go. Here is, let's see, Duke Nukem 3D that I was trying to do the other day. Just trying to install this, and you know, there we go. Excellent. Exactly what I wanted to do. Now, setting up these IDE drives is super simple because, like I said, you don't need like an extra controller card or any weird interfaces. It's just IDE, the same as the hard disk that I'm using. And so what you do for that is, as long as your DOS version is compatible, you can just put this into your config.sys file. I've named this one farts. It's using the cd1.sys, which is just like a standard OAK CD-ROM file that's, it comes with a lot of versions of DOS, and I don't know, I just have it floating around. You can find it if you need to. And then you add this to your autoexec.bat, and this will start up the actual CD-ROM capability when your computer starts. This tells it to look for farts, which is in here, and this tells it to make it the D drive. And obviously you can change around some of this if you want to, but this is how I'm doing it for now. Okay, just to test out some things in Duke 3D really quick, and well, I have successfully set the AWE32 goodness in here, and the music set to that as well. And everything's pretty much default, so... Nice! Kind of sounds like crap, but, you know, whatever. So let's try this 640 by 480 VESA mode here. You know what? It's not going to do that at all. Let's do it anyway, because it's probably going to suck. Well, we're going to get an intro screen, but you're going to see what happens when you try to run this in 640 by 480 on a 486 66. It just take forever to load for one thing. But once it does, oh my word. We might get a frame a second. It's like two frames. Oh man, you know, it's just the fact that it can do this VESA compatible mode, and that's what would have made me happy back in the day. I would have learned to play this game like this anyway. Obviously it's going to run better in just like a software mode because yeah, the graphics and the CPU and just everything just are not up to snuff to work it out that way. Oh yeah, that's a lot better already. Sweet. Actually got a logo that moves. That sound really does sound awful in the AW32 mode. I need to mess with the sound fonts or something, man, because that... You can make that sound different. Okay, so yeah, this is about what I expected for a 66 megahertz. So even at 320 by 200 here, it's just still going to... I mean, this is going to take forever to load right here. Oh, it didn't take as long as I thought. That's really slow. So typically what you did when you had a computer of this slowness was turn off the detail, turn that kind of stuff off, and then even screen size way down here. And I do remember playing some games like this on my 486 back in the day. Look at that, it's almost playable. I mean... Sure, it's just about twice the size of a postage stamp, but it does work and you can play it. This brings back memories, man. Oh, it really does. I had a Packard Bell 486. I believe it was a 66DX2 like this one. And it, you know, this is about what it could do. Of course, it never had a sound card, never had a CD-ROM drive, so it was immeasurably less cool than this computer, but... I still loved it. I'm gonna may as well kill myself. This is freaking awful. But yeah, you know what? I wanted to play with a VESA compatible computer. I wanted one of these cards in here, and a sound card, and a CD-ROM, just to play this. The SimCity 2000 Special Edition on CD-ROM, and it just blew me away. A friend of mine had a compact, and it had all the things, you know? I think it was also like a 66 megahertz 46, but it had a CD-ROM drive. I believe by Creative even. They installed that thing and Sound Blaster. And, you know, basically I'm emulating that experience from around 1993, 94. And this is all I wanted, man. And I don't know if, let me see here. SVGA card with 512K video RAM. Now, it doesn't actually tell you that it's got to, like, conform to this VESA standard thing. But when you run the setup on this, you know what, I'm just going to show you right now. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, so this right here, this installation screen was the bane of my existence for years. So when I got this, not specifically a special edition, but, you know, this is what I want to do. It just didn't work because I had a VGA card, and you know, I think it had some sort of weird SVGA capability. It was a Trident card. I remember that because I remember thinking, oh, my video card is chewing gum. This is all on that Packard Bell. And you know what? It just... It would not get past this no matter what. Yeah, it's correct. So, where is this in here? Let's do the custom install. And I remember going through here. We're going to do the full. And we'll get to this. And so it's going to run through all the whole installation, and then what it would do is there's another installation for installing the VESA video drivers and whatnot for your specific computer, and I had no idea what that crap was on mine. And I got SimCity 2000 for Christmas, 1994 I believe, and I couldn't run it for like 6 months or so while I tried to figure out this VESA compatibility problem. It was such a thing. I remember UniVBE or something along those lines, an executable. Yeah, I think it just installed it. You'll see some of this VESA data stuff, and so this could run it, and my computer back then couldn't. So I'm building this thing to get back at the past. Always had to select PC speaker, but nope. We're gonna go all out because I can now, because I made something that's amazing. Oh, suck it 1993. Bam. Continue. Alright, same thing for this. Suck it 1993. Bam! Okay, so it completed just fine. However, it would give me all sorts of errors back in the day because of this VESA crap. And let me see if I can open that. Okay, so VDetect did all this, right? It would bring these things up. I had none of these. Closest I could figure is I had a Trident something, but it wasn't an Impact. And I tried every single one of these. Yeah, look at this. It would try to bring this up, and it was just like, holy crap, what's going on? But here you go, look at this. VESA compliant card. Oh, this. Oh man, I almost want to cry because this seriously is what I dreamed of so much. This was my favorite game in the world. I would play it at my friend's house. They had the VESA card. This is worth all the hassle right here. Oh, this is great. Look at this. Oh, look at it. Oh, it's so cool. SimCity 2000 Special Edition. So yeah, man. This is all I wanted to do with this machine. I'm not even kidding. Of course it can't find the mouse driver. That's because I haven't loaded the mouse. No! But yeah, I just need to plug in a mouse really quick. I'm digging around my storage again and found this little guy. Figured this would be a good choice for a mouse. Logitech First Mouse for IBM compatibles. Double click with one click. Yeah, that's what the middle mouse button did. Double click button. Not the middle mouse button. But yeah, whatever. It'll work for what I need. It's a serial and it's all pretty new and stuff inside. So let's get this out of the way. Mouseware Lights program to install it if you want, which you don't necessarily need to. DOS has its own sort of drivers for it and whatnot. And here we go. It still has the sticker on it from when I was at Goodwill and got it. But yeah, it's just a really basic little mouse. Kind of cheap. And it's got this serial to PS2 adapter on there. Obviously, I don't need the PS2 ports as I don't have one on that computer, but serial is exactly what the doctor ordered. Alright, and I've got the first mouse plugged in for the first time. Ah, so clever. And we're going to play some SimCity 2000 because I really want to.
Reticulating spline.
That's right, reticulate those splines, baby. We're going to call this Wood Grain Town. we're gonna start in 2000. Wood Grain Town founded. On this joyous Sunday celebration, Mayor Clint turned the first ceremonial shovel of earth, and things happened. Oh yes, this is the good stuff right here. So let's build a power plant. Go with coal, because that's the thing you do nowadays. Wow, I just noticed I'm not talking at all. I am already just into the game. This is just... I love this stuff. Oh. There's some police right there. Let's just do this. Because why not? And I'll put a water pump over here. A few of those things to plan ahead. Want a flint situation going on. Alright. Go with that cheetah speed. The DOS version doesn't actually have African Swallow. You only got that with the Windows version of the Special Edition here, so... Well, a notable fact that is... Look at this. My town is thriving! Time to blow it up. Riots in the streets. Mayor's blowing up the whole town. We just got started. What is this crap? Oh no. I like how they're setting things on fire as they're about to be overtaken by hurricane floods. Oh, guess not. You guys just suck then. Whatever. I put them there. That's just how it goes. This game is awesome. So yeah, with the 486 it does run a tad slow, I mean, but at the same time, it was designed to run on good grief, systems even slower than this. But yeah, you can see like on even on a really populated city here, it's still running pretty well. I mean, it's more than playable. This is how I remember playing it, so it's good stuff. I like this. I like this so much. But you know what? Even though I do, let's actually go and check out some other games while I have this open and just show a few things in action here on the Wood Grain 486. Norton Commander. Yeah, there's a time and a place for a bunch of DOS commands and entering things through text, but well, if you got it, may as well use it. Well, I think you get the gist of it. It works. Alright, so I'm pretty satisfied with the way this thing is working at the moment, so last thing to do is apply the wood grain. And, well, I've never actually done this to a computer, so I'm assuming I'm really just gonna make it go all the way around and just stick it to it best I can. Oh yeah, this is gonna work. Slow going, trying to get all these bubbles out. Oh yes. So I got plenty of extra around the edges and whatnot to cut off, trim, all that kind of stuff. But look at this. That is so cool. Oh yeah. I think I've got myself a wood grain PC case here. That is... Oh, okay, I love this. Alright. Look at that. Oh, that is the coolest. I love it. Oh man, okay. Let's look at this thing here. That's so freaking cool to me. Wood grain, wood grain, wood grain. It's a very nice walnut kind of texture. Oh yes. That is pure class. And as you might have noticed, I actually did find another CD-ROM drive that is appropriate. This one was made, I think, early 1995. And it's just a 4-speed. Works very well. IDE drive, just like that Acer one was, and oh, this is just so fulfilling to create. Well, that's it for the Woodgrain 486 build for today, and I hope you enjoyed watching this as much as I enjoyed creating it. This is just, it's so satisfying to create this thing. And yeah, there might be some of you asking very legitimately, like, why not just get a pre-built DOS machine from the time? And yeah, you can do that. Great option. And in fact, there's a whole lot of things that you can do as far as like later Windows machines that make a lot more sense than something like this, practically, if you just want to play some games really easily. But or even DOSBox, you know, fine option nowadays. But this is pure fulfillment. This is pure childhood fantasy come to life. This is just geeky greatness. I love these kinds of projects, and putting this thing together, it was just, oh, this is so cool. I love this, man. This is like my new favorite computer. Oh, I don't have much more to say, except that I do want to do some more work on it. Like, it's not perfect yet. It does need some little kinks worked out. Like, for instance, the turbo button doesn't actually adjust the display here. I'm not sure why. I couldn't get the power LED to work. It may need to be replaced. And there's some weird issues still with the AW32 sound card. I don't know if the card is bad, like, because now the right audio channel on the audio out is just not working at all, so I need to address that. So, and I also want to install 3.1 and maybe 3.11 on here for Windows, just to play with that, because I like that version of Windows. But you know, either way, this has been so much fun to put together, and thank you to everyone who is supporting me over the years to make these kinds of things happen. And thank you for watching my just stumbling around trying to get something like this to happen. This is awesome. 7 years of LGR, and this is the result. I hope it was worth it. Well, that was a little longer than I remember it being. Still fun to watch, though, especially in hindsight, seeing all the things that I know have changed and like I would do completely differently now. We're gonna get to some of those as we get to some of these updates and whatnot. But yeah, it's still cool to see that come together and remember, like, oh yeah, that's really what I was going for. You know, that whole peak of 1993-94 era of what I wished I could have had back then and never really did. It's also really fascinating to have seen all of the tributes that have come in for the LGR wood grain 486 that people have made themselves over the years since. Unintentional or completely intentional, I don't know. It's just become a trend to put wood grain vinyl wraps and wood type materials and just wooden cases in general around, especially 486 machines and older PC cases. But I mean, I've seen it on all kinds of different eras and even stuff that's not a PC. People vinyl wrapping old Macs and modern laptops or whatever and say, oh, I made sort of an LGR wood grain whatever modern laptop. So it's really cool to see all that. So thanks to everyone who's sent me your photos of your own wood grain builds over the years. I never expected that, and that's just awesome. So another thing that has continued to happen over the years is people asking, what exactly is this case? Who makes it? What model is it? Where can I find one? What's it called? I actually don't know, and I really wish that I did, because I've seen these other cases like this pop up, but they never have a brand on there, a model number, or anything that's really defining to say exactly what it is. Mine doesn't either. It does actually say on the back Pionex, but I know they were more of a systems builder, and they made all kinds of systems in different cases. I don't believe they actually made cases, but sometimes if you search for Pionex cakes, this is not a cake, it is a computer. Search for a Pionex case on eBay, sometimes you'll find one. A lot of times though, it's just a generic AT case. That's it, I don't know. There's other things I do want to say about that initial build, but we're gonna go ahead and get to these one by one as the other episodes come up. So the next one in the 486 upgrade series, as it became known, is the Sound Blaster upgrade, because I did have the R32 in there, but I was a little iffy on that, and I'm going to go into some details in that original video. So let's get to video number 2. Greetings and welcome to an LGR thing, and yes, I am still working on the wood grain 486. I built this whole computer, and the outside is coated in wood grain when the case is on there. And in fact, I've added even more wood grain here to the front, as per y'all's recommendation. Everybody was like, put some right here on the empty drive bays. So I did. In that video, I was having some issues though with the R32 Sound Blaster card that I had installed in here, and well, I got a whole lot of suggestions. I'm gonna go ahead and take it out here because I'm gonna be replacing it today with this Sound Blaster Pro 2.0 for a variety of reasons. I did actually add the RAM to this to try some of the higher quality sound samples, and that helps in certain cases, but for most games it really doesn't seem to do anything. Even swapping around some of the sound fonts and whatnot, it's just not sounding how I would like it to. Let me just give you an example here, okay? So this is Duke Nukem 3D playing with the R32's built-in MIDI stuff. Again, you can mess with that. You can add some reverb. You can do some sound font things. I just don't like the way that sounds. So that's one reason that I'm not going to be using this in this particular PC. This is still a really good board for certain things. But the other reason that I'm not going to be using this right now is because of this audio port for the speaker out is just not working right now. So I need to replace it. And, I'm still going to repair this board and use it in something else in the future. But as of now, the left channel is working, but the right channel is not, and that sounds like crap when you put it through the line out. It was also just running into some compatibility problems with certain games. It just didn't like the R32. And there's a whole lot of games that use AdLib compatible sound, or OPL 2 and 3 and stuff. So I just want that sound for this computer, and I'm not getting it with the R32. So here's what we're gonna do. We've got the Sound Blaster Pro here, and this is a wonderful card, probably the most compatible of the DOS sound cards. This is the Pro 2.0, and I got this from a guy online. He had one for sale, and it was in a box. He had a Juno email address, and by that, I just saw that, and I knew that this guy was legit. So, I've actually never unboxed one of these. and it can be kind of hard to find a Sound Blaster Pro 2.0 in a box, so I figured this would be a cool opportunity to unbox it, see what we get inside. And yeah, I could definitely go with like a Sound Blaster 16, or even like, I look at all sorts of things, you know, Pro Audio Spectrum, ESS Audio Drive. Like I've said before, I would love a Gravis Ultrasound, but each one of those is going to present a different sound and set of problems that I don't want for this one. I want this to sound as nostalgic as possible, and for me, that is using this kind of card, because that's what friends of mine had and family members, and it sounds right because this has the right kind of chips on it. So check this out. Here we go. This is the Sound Blaster Pro 2, the CT1600. Absolutely legendary card. You got a connector here for CD-ROM devices, well, like for a controller and such. Area here for the CD audio input, which we are going to use with the CD drive that's there, assuming that I have the right cable on hand. And yeah, everything else is pretty well standard here. We've got ports, joystick, and line outs and line ins, microphones, and a nice little volume knob. I like those knobs on these older Sound Blasters like this. And very importantly, it does have, if you can see right in the middle there, that Yamaha YMF 262M. So we've got OPL3 ad-lib support. So this should sound fantastic in a 486 machine like this. This card is from 1992. This just fits everything that I want for this, more or less. So this is what I'm going to install in here pretty soon, but let's go ahead and I just want to take a look at what else is inside of here, other than this really yellowed, like, smoker's foam. It's like somebody rolled that thing up and, yeah, had way too much tobacco. Alright, let's see, we got a Sound Blaster Pro floppy disk here. There's the disc 1, I assume. Yeah, there's the other discs in here too. So disc 2, the text-to-speech program, that'll be good. Here's some sort of program disc, I'm not sure what that is. Lemmings, and Indianapolis 500. You know, I think it maybe was supposed to come with more than that, because it says it comes with over $500 of free software. That Multimedia Encyclopedia would have been the big part of that $500, because Lemmings and Indianapolis are not $500. So it didn't come with that CD-ROM, I don't think. If it's in here, I haven't seen it. So, yeah. We got the complete Lemmings manual. That's pretty cool. I already have this with my copy of Lemmings, but hey, why not? I have another one here. And we've got the Indy 500, The Simulation. This is a really cool game, by the way. I'll have to try this in the 486. And let's see here. All sorts of reference manuals. I'm happy these are here. We got a Getting Started guide to get things started. So installing it really shouldn't be that big of a problem. Here's the hardware settings that it comes with by default. So 220H is the base I/O, DMA1, interrupt 5, IRQ 5 there, and the joystick port is enabled, which I don't necessarily need that because we've got a joystick port in here already, but we're going to leave it on there because why not? I like plugging joysticks into sound cards. And some really basic stuff, not nearly as advanced as far as the extra programs and kind of driver weirdness that the Auth32 uses, so this will maybe be a little simpler, and I like that. I just want this thing to be kind of simple, but yet very capable. All right, here's HSC Interactive. What is this? It's an authoring system used to create interactive multimedia applications that combine graphics, animation, and audio. All right, that actually sounds like PowerPoint to me. Heck, for all I know, this could be something like HyperCard. It's for Windows 3.1, it looks like. So I might not be able to run this because I don't have actually 3.1 installed. I like that the EULA is on this little package here. It's like, if you open this, you've agreed to everything. Yeah, that, or I just wanted to use my friggin' sound card that I bought. Who cares about that EULA stuff? Ah, yes. The reference manual. Look at this. This is a huge manual. Like for a sound card. I'm not sure how many pages are in here, but it's a lot. It's got some other things, so I guess we'll try those. But, right, let's go ahead and install this thing. Getting it in there is going to be pretty simple. I have a free 16-bit ISA slot down there. That also has a VLB at the bottom part, but we're not going to be using that. Just need the ISA portion. And let's see here. Should just plop right in. Okay. Awesome. And I did look, and the CD drive that I have plugged in here right now doesn't have the correct kind of cable to plug into that, so I'm going to find one really quick. But yeah, just assume that I'm plugging that in. Okay. Alright, here's the new I.O. section of the Woodgrain 486. Got the sound card going in right there, and looking pretty good. So, I guess we'll just go ahead and install the software and see what we get. Okay, so I've removed the old drivers and software for the R32, and the new card is in there, and not installed yet necessarily with the software, but we're going to go ahead and do that. So far, there doesn't seem to be any, like, problems on startup, so that's always good. Install.exe. This program will install the necessary files to the directory. Alright, that's what I want. Let's do that. Actually, can we just test right here? That's cool. IRQ5, DMA1, and that is good because those are all the little jumper pins set on the card itself. Oh. Okay, so that's already way louder, which is good. The R32's, there's something wrong with that, man, because the FM music was so quiet that I had to turn the speakers way down, or way up. Oh, yes. Oh. That is so proper. It's a crappy song, but that's how it should sound. That classic water sound effect used in like SimCity 2000 and stuff. Okay, awesome, awesome, awesome. Let us begin. We're gonna go with the C drive. Look how many bytes I have. There's only 2 discs instead of like 5 or 6 that the R32 had. So this will be a lot more lightweight on this computer, which is fine. All right, disc 1 is done. Time to insert disc 2. Oh, wrong keyboard. Got a few keyboards on this desk here. Here's something kind of interesting that somebody was asking me about in the previous video, why the screen is flickering even though I say that I actually have the shutter speed of my camera here set as close as I can to this. Well, that's because this is set at 60 or like 80 for the frame rate and everything that the camera is picking up the shutter speed. And if I actually go into the help on the monitor, you'll see that this is running at 70 hertz, so it's sort of not quite there. So I can't quite get it synced up exactly with this particular camera that I'm using, so that's why it's flickering a bit. You have my apologies for that. The program will now set up the sound environment string and command and awesome stuff like that, which is what I want. Oh yeah! Please enter the boot up drive of your system. That's the drive, and I don't have Windows, not yet. Okay. Excellent. Alright, we're just going to auto-scan it to make sure again. I mean, I've already tested this, it should be fine, but you know. Alright, cool. Now this is a string. I didn't necessarily talk about this in the last video because there's so many things to talk about, I kind of skipped over it, but these strings in your AutoExec.bat is very important for getting the Sound Blaster compatibility and stuff for a lot of games. Some things it'll just detect. I mean, some games they don't even look at this, but a lot of them do. So that's kind of necessary, and well, I'm glad this put it on there. There's also some config sys stuff for like the R32, but this card doesn't even mess with that. Please remember to reboot your system. You bet I will. I'm gonna hit the reset button that I so happily put on this computer, and I'm proud of. The reset button worked. It's awesome. Alright, let's see. So there's some stuff in here, which is good. Now we got the Pro organ, which is neat. So with this, you can, I've actually shown this before, but you have like a little piano here that you can just play on the keyboard with the keyboard keys, or you can just have it play. Yeah. And it'll play along with you. It's a pretty neat little program. It makes it sound like you know how to play music. Yeah, except you know, what if you don't? It's fine. We have good old parrot.bat here, which is trigger levels with...
Hello there. I'm a talking parrot. Please talk to me.
Okay, hi there.
Touch me. Ouch. Ow. Don't touch me. Goodbye.
Yeah,
Have a nice day.
that's a creepy talking parrot. There's other things you can do with that. I was just pressing keyboard keys to bother it. I like doing that. And so there's other things in here, but I'm going to go ahead and install the text-to-speech thing, which it's not focusing, but whatever. You saw it earlier. Oh, hey, look, that's Dr. Spatzo or whatever I was looking for in a manual.
Dr. Spatzo. My
Spatzo!
creative labs, please enter your name.
Well, okay, I'll enter my name.
LR.
LGR, type too fast.
LOLGR. My name is Dr. Spatzo. I am here to help you. Say whatever is in your mind freely. Our conversation will be kept in strict confidence. Memory contents will be wiped off after you leave. So tell me about your problems.
My problems? Well, I cut my finger installing this sound card.
Let's talk about some other things
Oh,
instead.
what? But my finger hurts.
LGR, I need more computing power to answer your question.
Dude, I gave you a 486 DX2, man. 66 megahertz. How much more computing power do you need?
Keep asking, you will find the answer one day.
So this thing is friggin' useless. It's even more so useless than Eliza, which is a very similar program, so forget that. Alright, so let me just go ahead and try out Duke 3D here, which, I mean, as you heard earlier, it didn't sound right. Well, maybe you didn't know that it didn't sound right, but I promise you that it didn't. It didn't at all. So we're going to go all out here with the Sound Blaster stuff. And I'm going to switch over to the line in here on my other computer so you can hear this directly, not through the microphone. That sounds exactly how I remember it and how it should sound if you're going for the FM synthesis. Now, obviously, it's not going to have, I mean, some of these other things that I would love, you know, for instance, like the sound canvas. I have a Roland sound canvas, but it doesn't friggin' work. So I need to get one of those that works. And, you know, some of these others do have some really good, in fact, there's some really good General MIDI cards. I just don't have one that I want to put in here right now. So this is what I'm going to go with. And, well, let me try something else, though, that wasn't working properly. And with the Auth32, it was not playing the sound in Jill correctly at all. The sound effects were muffled and crappy, and the ad-lib was all kinds of wrong. Oh, and this is it. This is perfect. That is... Oh, yes. Go over here to Noisemaker. Absolute perfection. Oh, this is making me even happier to use this computer. This is how I remember it sounding as a kid. When I first played Jill of the freaking Jungle, it was at a friend of a friend's, like, family's house, and the dude of the household had his dude room, and he had like a little cave of computers and music equipment, and he was all about getting proper sound and stuff. So he had like a Roland MT32, I mean, all sorts of things, but he had a proper, I remember, Sound Blaster Pro. Pretty sure it had to have been a 2.0, considering it was 93 or so, and it was brand new. And I played this game, and it sounded exactly like this. Exactly like this. Altec Lansing speakers and everything. Oh, this is... Man. I just want to listen to this. This is so cool. This thing needs to shut up. Oh, that's perfect. I'll turn the sound effects off and just play with the music. that wonderful? Now, you might be thinking, oh, you can just play this on DOSBox and get the same kind of sound. You can't. DOSBox's ad-lib reproduction is pretty good. It does good OPL 2 and 3. I got to give it props to that. It's gotten a whole lot better in like the past, I don't know, 6 years or whatever. But it still just doesn't compare to the sound of the real thing. There's a lot of little quirks and twangy noises and a bass response and high-end stuff that doesn't quite sound right emulated in DOSBox. It's really close but not perfect, and I mean, yeah, there's some custom things out there to make it sound even better, but just listen to like some comparison videos on YouTube and you'll hear kind of what I mean. And most people, it's just not going to matter, but to me it does, and that's just what all this computer is about. Set up some epic pinball here, and I'll hear how this thing sounds. I'm going to go for ultra high quality because I can. Oh, yes. Go for Excalibur. Oh, man. Yeah, that's awesome. Gotta love tracker music, mod tunes, and all that goodness. All right, so let's try something that actually came with here. How about Indianapolis 500, the simulation? Yeah! That's some pretty sweet music. And we're gonna race right now. No car damage. All right. Whoa, crap. I wasn't looking. I don't know what changes views, so we're gonna just stay right here. In fact, we might not be able to change views. That's fine. Okay, we gotta turn around and crash some people. Some pretty cool sounds. And I think that's all FM synthesized, which is pretty sweet. There might be some digitized. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Oh, yeah! That's pretty cool. Play some Duke Nukem 2 here because this one wasn't working either. Not correctly. The sound was all weird and stuff. All right! Yeah, so if you saw my previous video, this was all off. Oh, yeah. Ugh, sounding much better. Or actually sounding much better. Bruh, Duke Nukem sounded different in this game.
I'm back.
Alright, Joe Siegler Arnold impersonation. Oh, this is right. So all sorts of things weren't working here. The music wasn't, the ad-lib stuff wasn't, it just wasn't working with the R32 at all. I think there's something wrong with that card, because it should have been working, I think, maybe, but either way, this fixes my problem for now, and I can play Duke Nukem 2. Yeah, I think I'm pretty much done with this video. I'm just going to play this game for a while. Thanks for watching. Oh yeah, now that Sound Blaster, I was very happy with that upgrade, or more of a side grade / downgrade, really, because, you know, the R32, I really think it deserves another chance, and I would like to give it another chance, and perhaps another machine, another setup with different expectations and some different tests. I was seeking something else for this particular system that the Sound Blaster Pro really added, and the R32 didn't exactly provide. I don't know. Looking back, I wish I had done that video a little differently, done some better, more direct comparisons to the sound modes, because like playing Duke 3D in R32 mode versus the OPL FM synth mode on the other one that wasn't really direct at all. Like the R32, the CT3900 that I initially had in here, there is an OPL3 like FM synth mode. And in that one, I believe it has the, what is that? The CT1747. It's like a Yamaha licensed FM synth core on the card, which would sound pretty darn good. And, you know, not too far off from the Sound Blaster 2.0 Pro, whatever the heck did I put in there. I didn't know that then, and yeah, I kind of wish I could just redo that whole video. Maybe I will do another video on like the R32 specifically, and then do some better stuff. To that point, that sound card is no longer in there either. It does not have a Sound Blaster in there. Right now it has the Orpheus sound card in there. We'll come back to that. But yeah, the next video in the initial series though of the Wood Grain 46 is the cache upgrade. Yeah, L2 cache. I just didn't install it in the initial build for some reason. So let's see that. Greetings and welcome to another update to the Wood Grain 486. And this computer, it's still just my favorite thing recently. I love this computer. I added a Sound Blaster Pro 2.0 to this in another subsequent video, which is also linked in the description. And aside from adding more wood grain, which I did right here, I also wanted to add cache to the computer. And in case you're not aware, L2 cache is what I'm talking about. And a lot of computers back then just didn't even have it built on board, or it wouldn't, it wasn't in the CPU or anything. You had L1 on the CPU, but it was something like, 8 kilobytes. And so if you wanted more, 128K, 256, 512, whatever, then you would need to actually physically install it onto the board. So that's what we're going to do today. I had some free slots. I was able to source some cache chips that are compatible. So let's just go ahead and I'm going to look first at what the computer performed like before I've installed any cache. Then we're going to install it and see what it does. Okay, so let's try out Top Bench here before any cache is installed. And this is a very handy little benchmarking program to maybe not do exactly what I want it to here. I'm not really sure how well this is going to show the difference between the cache being installed and not, but I just wanted to use it because it's very easy to use and I like the way it looks, and I like this real-time benchmarking thing. Gives it a score of about 152, 151, putting it in the range of like an IBM EduQuest 55 or a Toshiba Satellite 105 CS, which maybe means nothing to you, but I find that kind of fascinating. Yeah, anyway, this is just to get an idea of kind of how the system is running without the cache. Alright, so of course, Duke Nukem 3D was the game that really kind of surprised me in how badly it ran before, and well, I mean, it's kind of a tough to run game anyway for certain 46 CPUs, but this one should be running it a little better than it was. So let me just show you again what we were looking at without the cache. Okay, so yeah, as you can see there, it is, single-digit frame rates quite often, and it just pretty much unplayable. This is running in 320 by 200, and, it's got some sound card stuff going on there, which, of course, that's going to make it run a little slower, I believe, but, whatever. It shouldn't be running this abysmally slow. Alright, so here's what we're going to be working with. I got some chips sent to me from a Ukrainian eBay seller, and yeah, Ukraine seems to be the best source for these, at least as far as getting them cheaply and reliably, believe it or not. I've gotten quite a few things from some of these sellers over the past couple of years, and I've seen some others on like Alibaba and whatnot coming from China, but I seem to have better luck with these. And this one actually came in this delightful lotion package. Multi-balance something or other. We're not taking a look at lotion, not today anyway. But yeah, it's a handy little thing to keep these protected during shipment. So let's just open these up. So each of these sets are supposed to be 256 kilobytes total. These are just sort of attached together like that, but we're going to split them apart. And there's going to be 2 rows of 4, as well as 1 tag chip off to the side, which I think my board has that. If not, then it's just an extra. But yeah, you'll see that the model numbers for these 2 sets are actually slightly different. One is AH on the end and one is just A. They're supposed to be the same specifications, but you know, I don't know how well like these things hold up. I don't know which set's like working, or I don't know. I just got a couple of them because they were $7 for each one of these sets, and like very little as far as shipping. So there's not a whole lot of risk on my end for just getting a couple of them and seeing what you got. This is just like knit together like a zipper. I have to get something to pry these apart. So here are a couple of them, one of each type. I guess I'm going to try the AHs. Alright, so we've got the wood grain 46 cover off, and each one of these little guys is going to go right in here. And yes, you obviously should be doing this before you install the rest of the stuff when you're putting one of these computers together, but I didn't have the chips at that time, and the other chips that were on some of those other boards that maybe I could have used, I just determined I didn't want to. I wanted a complete set of chips that were all the same. And so yeah, they're going to go in these 2 columns of 4 rows, and then there's the final one right underneath there. You can see right in the middle here, these are going to be the, that's telling me what jumper settings need to be set in order to tell the computer how much it has. So there's a setting for 256K. So there's a bit of give in the motherboard here. That's because there's nothing really attaching it to the back of the case at this point. It's not a problem though. As far as I can tell, it's not bending enough to do any damage. The other thing to keep in mind, of course, is the direction you're putting these in. And if this thing will focus, you have that little circular part there. There's actually a little circular area on where it goes in as well. So you just sort of line both circular areas up. So that is going to be on the left-hand side on these here. Well, that's interesting. This has 4 more pins on these. So, you know, I did not even notice the size difference until I got them in here. Well, live and learn. So from what I'm reading, the difference between a 32 pin and 28 pin of these cache chips is certainly not any kind of real big deal breaker. So you can actually take the 28 pins and just drop them into the 32 pin slot and just leave a little bit of space on the left there. And, you know, it seems a little weird to me, but everyone online is saying it's going to work. So let's try it out, see what we got. And at this point, the only thing left to do is get the jumper settings correct. And that's going to be a huge pain because they're underneath a bunch of crap. Oh my goodness, this is the most tedious thing in the world. Oh, please. Oh man. Okay, that was the most annoying thing I've done in years. Those jumpers were just not even. Holy crap. I thought it was these other jumpers that were near the CPU, but nope. They were underneath this metal thing. I would have had to take the whole computer apart to get to them. So I just did it tiny bit by tiny bit with a camera and flashlight and tweezers. I got that out of my system. Let's try this out. Okay, so I've got it booted up here. That's a good sign, I guess. I'm going to check the BIOS settings for cache stuff, which should be in here. Alright, here's some external cache. That's good. We're going to enable that, and I'm going to say write back is on. Okay, so I have this program called Cache Check here. This is version 7, and it's checking things now to see if everything is okay. And let's hope it is, because after all that garbage with the jumper settings, I don't want to mess with anything else anymore. Okay, so it says this machine has L1 and L2 cache, which is nice. 8K of L1, good grief, and L2 256K, which is what we want. And you know, I don't know what else to look for here, but that seems good to me. Let's try the other benchmarking thing again, top bench, and see what we get. Just if anything's different, I'm just curious. Holy crap, quite a bit. Holy crap. So the score it gives us now is 200, hanging at around 190 with this real-time thing. More closely matches the Dell Inspiron 8000 or the Canon NoteJet 3. Dang, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm actually pretty impressed with that, I gotta say. That was not... I was expecting maybe a 5% boost or something from what I'd read, but that's closer to... I don't know, math, man, math. So that means we've got to try out Duke Nukem 3D here for sure. You know, to be honest, it's kind of hard to say. I think it is better. I'm going to have to do a side-by-side here. Take a look at this. I'm going to be seeing this in post, of course. You know what? I do think it is a little better. I think it is improved some. I still wouldn't say it's as fast as I would maybe expect for 66 megahertz AMD CPU, but then again, maybe it is, and my nostalgia is just getting in the way. No, I don't know. That's definitely more playable. That is definitely more playable in this section. Let's give it the actual test here. I'm gonna go into new game and just try and play a little bit. Okay, let's see. Do I have all this stuff on low? Yeah. That's just. I will say that is better. Is it like between 10 and 20% better? I don't know. Maybe. Either way, it's interesting to mess around with L2 cache and adding it to a 486 like this. It wasn't as groundbreaking as some of the commenters were saying it was going to be, like, oh, it's going to make your god. But, like, I mean, obviously I'm going to play it. I mean, I'm happier with it this way and happier to play things this way as opposed to it was previously. But, again, this computer really wasn't... I mean, I didn't build it for Duke 3D. Well, that's pretty much it for installing cache on this thing. I'm curious what a difference would make if I installed 512K, because even though the board itself says it supports 256, it looks like from the documentation I'm seeing on AOpen's website and some other places that it might actually support 512. That would be interesting. I don't have any of those chips though, but that's something that I'm just curious about as opposed to like really wanting to do to make my experience that much better. I'm really quite impressed with what 256K being added did. I mean, that was a pretty significant boost. It still doesn't make certain games ultimately like playable. Running Quake on this computer is still not going to be like the best experience, although you could do it better than you could before. Running games from 1996 is not in the realm of what I want this to do. I just want this thing to look really cool with its turbo display and wood grain and whatnot, and also just sound and run a lot like the computers that I first played as a kid, which is a 46 DX266, Sound Blaster Pro 2.0, a little bit of cache, I guess, and, you know, a VLB Visa compatible video card. Just, I'm happy with this thing, and even happier with it now. Oh yeah, level 2 cache. I really don't know why I didn't install it in the initial build. It needed it. I completely underestimated how important it was. I don't know what I was thinking. I mean, actually, I kind of do. I didn't actually have enough of matching, you know, cache chips with the right speed and everything for that when I did the initial build. So I'm like, I'll just leave it out. It'll be fine. That was a mistake. Yeah, you need level 2 cache in your daggum 486 build. So I had to import a number of matching chips to get up to that 256K and eventually got them all in. That's when I did the cache video. So my bad, you know, regrets in hindsight. I still have people saying every so often, or, you know, in the comments there, you'll see like, hey, you really should have just gone for the full 512K. I mean, that's a motherboard that supports it. Why don't you just do that? Everything that I've seen, though, seems to signify that really that's not going to make any difference. 256K versus 512K in a system of this spec and speed and all that for the games I play. I don't think we're going to get too much better in terms of results. Like, it's still the system that it is underneath that we're installing that cache into. So the other thing is that I think I made this a lot harder than I needed to. Getting those cache chips in there, I could have just taken the entire motherboard out, but that would have been such a pain because you have to unhook all the cables and everything. The next upgrade was swapping out the hard drive. Another one that I kind of wish I hadn't done, but, you know, we'll get to why after this. Let's watch the initial video of the Compact Flash installation. Greetings and welcome to an LGR thing. And today we've got to have the talk. The compact flash talk, that is. This is not going to be like a comprehensive, like this is the one way to do it type of video. And then I'm not going to show every single option for compact flash either. But I do want to give an overview as far as like how I'm going to be doing it for this lovely wood grain 486 build that I put together last year here on LGR. It's a great little workhouse machine, workhorse, workhouse, whatever, man. It's a cool computer and I like it a lot, but recently the hard drive has gotten really loud and it's too much to enjoy. And that is actually one reason that I like putting old hard disks in old computers like this. It's part of that retro nostalgic experience for me. It feels more authentic to have like a spinning platter in there making noise and you know, the load times and stuff. It makes sense, but there comes a point too where I'm using this one to like capture a lot of stuff. Like my Wing Commander review was recorded entirely on here, and I really wished that I had something more convenient than having to rely on like old floppy disks and stuff. So that's what we're gonna do today. Let's take a look at some of the devices that I'm considering. So when it comes to this compact flash stuff, you have several options. This one seems to be one of the most popular ones by Saiba here. You got an IDE cable goes right there, power goes right here if you need it, and then of course your compact flash card will just sort of go in right there like that. And it's a pretty simple solution. It is internal though. In fact, most of these are going to be internal, so you're going to have like access to the inside of the case if you want to swap out the cards, but that's a thing. There's also this one which plugs in directly into the motherboard or your floppy disk controller card, whatever, and it does the same thing. It's just, you know, not like on this little board here and you don't plug in a cable to it, it just goes in directly. It is worth noting though that these are only going to work with certain computers with a certain BIOS that is supportive of these, and unfortunately there's no directory saying which one's going to work for you and which one won't. These are the ones that seem to be recommended to me for the most part by people that say they work well on like 386 and 486, but there's also this one here for like laptops. I just picked this up on a whim because I was curious. Just goes right in here in a 2.5 inch like IDE tray. And of course there's also just the matter of the cards themselves. Not all compact flash cards are going to be created equally, as you might imagine. They've been around for a long time. I've heard that these older ones like the 64 meg one here are not going to be quite as reliable just over, you know, long-term usage. So I ended up going with one of these 4 gig cards, although I'm only going to be able to use 2 gigs per partition on this DOS setup due to the way that the drive sizes are handled in DOS. There's something else to just keep in mind in general, and that is that the reason that these devices work so easily and why they're so popular with machine setups like this is because compact flash actually uses the parallel ATA standard. So these are just basically miniature ATA devices, and these adapters are just converting the interface of compact flash over to IDE, and that's why there's so little going on here. Pretty much just adding this stuff for power and a couple of indicators and whatnot. The newer compact flash cards like Compact Fast, like C-Fast, won't work at all. Those use serial ATA as a standard. Or at least they won't work on these old computers. They have more modern uses. There's also these industrial solid state flash memory solutions. They're disk-on modules, as they're called. And this one's 128 megs. They come in different sizes, as you can see. But yeah, these are good if you just want to do like a straight up hard drive replacement. These go directly into the IDE interface, a lot like this other one does. But of course, this isn't swappable, and I can't just easily plug this into a modern computer. So for my purposes, I wanted something that I could easily transfer and swap back and forth. I ended up grabbing this thing, which is really just the same as this other one over here, except it has a bracket on the back. So it adds a little port on the back of my computer, and this way I can sort of swap the cards and get access to them easily with the case closed, and then take it over to my modern machine, put files on it. You know, it's more convenient is what I'm trying to say, at least for my purposes. So yeah, let's go ahead and install this thing. All right, so the old hard drive is right in here, so oh geez, okay, yeah, so don't need that anymore. However, we will need this to plug into the card interface itself. And yeah, there's the IDE, which we'll use to connect to it, maybe? I'm not sure if that's long enough. It might be long enough. I'm planning to put the, I'm planning to put this right in here. So that's like just too short. Well, I might just get a longer cable later. In fact, I'm just going to leave it out here to test it and not actually put all the mounting stuff in there. Got the 4-pin, this is normally a floppy drive cable there for like 3.5-inch drives, but it works well for this because it takes 5 volts, which is what that provides. And this is the card I'm going to be using. And it just goes in there like that. Simple enough. And then, of course, you know, when I don't need it in here anymore, this is going to be sticking out the back, so it's really easily accessible. And then I can just take this over to the modern computer and transfer my files and then put it right back in there. So yeah, let's turn on the computer and see how this works. Just sort of hanging out the side here. All right, so everything is plugged in and ready to go. I'm going to go ahead and power it on here and see if things are going to show up. We have a video signal. That's a good sign. Okay, so it said transcend there, and of course this is not going to do anything because it can't even read probably the disk format that's on there at the moment. So I'm going to use a DOS boot disk here that I have loaded with some tools. Yeah, so we put in C. Obviously it's not going to see anything because the drive is not formatted or it's not ready for DOS. And in fact, we don't even know what's been done to this. I just got that card off of eBay. So I'm going to run this program here that I've read does good things. It's called Clear HDD. And so with this, it's supposed to just sort of wipe the whole thing clean and sort of prep it so that we will be able to do things like place an MS-DOS partition, add a master boot record, format it, that kind of thing. And here we are. So yeah, at this point, we pretty much just have to run fdisk and see what we can see. Okay, well, it at least sees there's a fixed drive. No partitions are defined, so we are going to define the primary DOS partition, which is this one, and it'll restart and do its thing. Hopefully, we should at least have what it sees as a C drive after this. Okay, so we can see that there is a C there, which is good, but there's nothing on it yet. So what we're going to do is format C with sarcasm. Actually, /S, that means to add the system files, which, I mean, I don't necessarily need to do that. I just want to because I feel like it. And then we have the instantaneous benefits of compact flash. This is formatting so quickly compared to a standard hard disk drive. And yes, it's going to be 2 gigs because that is the maximum partition size. If I were thinking, I would have added another partition just for the lulz, but I didn't, so whatever. Cool. That /S added the command com there, which means we should just be able to boot straight to the compact flash card now without the disk drive at all. Yeah. So yeah, it's having us put in like the time and date, like some really old school DOS, but well, at this point, really the thing to do is install MS-DOS, which is going to be the full operating system that I want to run on here. And yes, I'm going to do this from disk. There's other ways that you could do it. Like I could, in theory, take this compact flash card and you know, like copy the files over to the card itself and just skip the disk drives entirely, but there's some weirdness there with the disk identifications. So like disk 1, 2, and 3 are ID'd by the setup program, and I've run into some funkiness trying to like copy them over into a directory as opposed to installing from a floppy disk. It's just easier to do this. There's no, I don't know. I like it this way anyway. I like to hear disk sounds, man. So yeah, we're going to continue and replace the current version of DOS because we don't need that. So yeah, that copying that system file really was redundant, so whatever. And this is just going to copy pretty much the same normal speed as anything else. It's 3 disks, so we're going to go ahead and skip ahead to the end. Yay. We are finished. So, time to restart and hope that it loads. Hi, Mim. It takes longer to do than anything else. Awesome. Okay, well, here's the really fun part. I get to test out the functionality with this as a card going into the modern computer and then, you know, transferring some stuff back over, like, no problem. So let's do that. So, all right, I'm going to stick the thing into my thing here. It's really descriptive. And hopefully it should pop up. It does. So, yeah, we've got, here's the DOS things. And so I can just copy files over quite regularly. I'm going to copy over Commander Keen, Goodbye Galaxy, Jazz Jackrabbit, the CD version, and Tyrion 2000. And yeah, very quick, which is awesome. And I'm going to stick these in a nice, handy little games folder. Yay. So, let's just take those on over. Okay, we're back, and yes, I did have to restart the computer because it doesn't like it if you don't. Like, you swap out the card and stuff. But yeah, there we go. So I've got a games folder and Jazz CD, Keen 4, and Tyrion. The volume is really low, but it does seem to work, so that's cool. Yeah. That's better. Oh, I didn't turn on the mouse. Ha! Well, we'll just play with a keyboard. Sweet. Alright, cool. So this works. Okay. That's one of the errors. Like, it wasn't quite reading there for a moment. It seemed to fix itself. And that's a thing that I've heard that can happen with these. So, your mileage may vary depending on the card you use, the adapter you use, whether or not, like, I don't even know what, man, but, like, it's a thing that isn't quite reliable in the most reliable of ways. And we'll see about Keen 4. Yeah, thankfully, I don't think the read-write's going to be a huge problem unless I'm copying, like, really big files at once. And I don't anticipate doing that. It might be a problem, like, if it craps out in the middle of loading something. But chances are, the things I'm going to be loading on here aren't, like, really intensive games. I mean, it's just, like, files that are a few megs at most. And, I mean, those read and write pretty much instantaneously on this thing. So I'm not too worried about those read-write issues. It does suck, though. All right, well, I'm going to go and do all the things now that make me happy, like set up AutoExec-BAT and config sys and, get the conventional memory optimized. Oh, yeah, I almost forgot to get this thing properly mounted in there. Got a longer IDE cable going on there, and... Okay. Alright, simple enough. I like it. Oh yeah, I would say that turned out pretty well. Seems to be a nice, convenient little solution for getting files over without doing networking or burning CDs or anything like that. Which, I'll still probably do that from time to time anyway, as the need arises, or I just want to. But that's really sort of the whole point of this build for me, is just to have fun with it, tinker with it. I use this thing a lot. It's just a cool machine, and I like adding things to it. I got to roll in MPU 401 in there now, and then, and I don't know what else I'm going to add to it, but I'm going to keep doing it because it's fun. Right, so that compact flash card interface. So I do still use it, although not the same one, for a couple of different reasons. And I ended up having some different thoughts on it later. So replacing the hard drive, in retrospect, I wish I hadn't even done that at all, because I really ended up missing the authenticity of it. The sounds, the way files load, and the spinning up and spin down, and just every bit of that old school feel. I missed that. And while there are devices that give some of that back, like the HDD clicker, which is a little speaker thingy that goes in there and hooks up to the hard disk LED and makes some clicking noises, it's still not quite the same experience at all. And for what I was going for with this 486, it didn't make any sense. It didn't completely get rid of the hard disk. So the other thing, though, is the one that I had in there, the compact flash interface that went around back, the PCI bracket, while it was nice and tidy back there, it was also inconvenient. So I ended up getting rid of that and freeing up a little bit of space back there. And now I have this front loading one. So I do still use it, but the configuration is a little bit different, and it's front loading too, so it's easier to like swap in and out and just access it that way. And I have to reach around back and trying to get the card out of there that way. It's in the way of cords and stuff. In terms of longevity, though, I often get questions about that. Like, is this compact flash card setup still going? Is it like gone corrupt? Is it gonna, run out of read-write capability or go bad or something? I've never had any problems with that. And however many years it's been going since, and I use it all the time. So at least with this compact flash setup, this DOS Windows 3.1 machine, no issues. I don't know. Maybe it is with some other formats, but CF has been fine. And let's see, what was the other thing? I don't know if there was another thing. I'll add it later if there was. Anyway, moving on to the next episode, which was the MIDI Mountain. Now, I wasn't exactly sure if I was going to include it in this, but it was in the original playlist listed as like a 486 upgrade. And it kind of was because I added the MPU 401 and such, but the MIDI Mountain has sort of become its own thing. We'll get to that. Let's watch the old video first. Greetings and welcome to another LGR thing, and this is another upgrade video for the LGR Woodgrain 486. And last time, as far as sound upgrades go, we swapped out the Creative Labs AW32 sound card for another Creative Labs, a Sound Blaster Pro 2.0, because while I do like the AW32 and what it can do and all that stuff, it ended up having some problems that needed to be fixed, and there were a few games that didn't quite work correctly with it, at least how I remember it and like it sounding, so I put in the 2.0, which is a great card. It's overall got fantastic support for just the games that I wanted to run from around 93 and 94 and whatnot. However, it could use with a bit of an upgrade, especially since I'm into general MIDI stuff these days. A lot of different devices like the Roland Sound Canvas, the MT32, and some other things which we're going to be diving into. But as you can see here on the back of the card, or the back of the computer where the card is, so the Sound Blaster is all the way down here in the bottom. And while it does have that 15-pin joystick port that acts as a MIDI output on later sound cards from Creative Labs and many other companies, this one in particular does not have the MPU 401 compatibility. And even then, if it did, it wouldn't support intelligent mode, it would only be UART. I'm going to go with this right here. This is a Roland MIF IPC card from the mid-80s. And this right here is just going to plug in alongside the sound card there and supply an output right here, which is, this is going to give us all of the information that an actual MPU 401 unit will need. And in case you're not aware, this is an MPU 401. MIDI Processing Unit, which is what the MPU stands for. So they had a whole line of MPU units for musicians and computer users and all sorts of things back in the day. This is another one from the 80s. I believe this one is maybe from 1986. I'm not entirely sure, 87 maybe, but yeah, so this is the MPU 401. So the card will go into the computer, that'll plug into this, and then these outputs here will go to an actual MIDI device. Which ones am I going to choose? That's the question, and I can't decide, so we're just gonna do a ton of them. Well, maybe not a literal ton, but at least 4, starting with the Roland MT32, the classic released in 1987. This is a Revision 0 model, which I actually have covered before. I did a review on it a while back, sort of a retrospective, and it's great. It's very, very appropriate for late 80s, early 90s games, really early 90s, up to a certain point anyway. It doesn't do general MIDI, but it does MT32 sound quite wonderfully, because that's what it is. But yeah, Revision 0 means it has these left and right outputs. It doesn't have a dedicated stereo output, and it also has a bit of a problem with buffer overflow in some games. But yeah, that's what we're going to put on the very first layer of our MIDI mountain. Next up being the Roland Sound Canvas. This is in particular the SC55 Mark II, released in 1993. I have also reviewed this unit, and it is fantastic. It not only has full general MIDI support where the MT32 did not, and that, in case you're not aware, just actually signifies that the MT32 kind of has its own way of reproducing sounds, like its own instruments in its own specific places, whereas general MIDI standardized that so that any general MIDI device is pretty much going to have the same instruments in the same places. It also has Roland GS support, which is an expansion, or an extension really, to general MIDI, which means it has a whole bunch of really cool sounds on top of that, so you can play some Sound Canvas games that sound fantastic. It also has just these little switches right here and a serial connection, but I'm not going to be doing that. We're just going to go with the regular MIDI here and then plug that in to the MPU 401. Next layer of the sandwich is going to be this, the Yamaha MU80 tone generator. I haven't actually done a video on this yet, but I probably will in the future because it is really, really cool. It is released in 1994, and it not only includes the general MIDI support, same as this one, although it's going to sound different than this one, but it also has the Yamaha XG extensions, which is a bit like Roland's GS extensions. All these companies were trying to do their individual MIDI things back in the day while still adhering to the general MIDI standard. It's quite interesting, and yeah, it's pretty similar, in fact, to the Sound Canvas. It has the same kind of a switch right here, the serial connection for that, but again, we're not going to be using it. We're just going to be using the MIDI output going to an MPU 401, which gets us that maximum compatibility and all that. You could use the serial with a program like Soft MPU, once again, that magical program, but I don't want to be using any software layers if I can help it with this. I just want to do all hardware. And the final piece of the MIDI mountain is the Korg NS5R, which is released in 1996. It has this nifty little wheel here, and you might be familiar with the sounds of this thing if you've ever used like a Korg In1 or many of the other In-series devices from Korg back in the day, in the mid to late 90s. And it is something that a lot of people don't really talk about, I've noticed, as far as gaming goes, but it sounds really, really cool. Yeah, so it has that serial connector as well, but it doesn't need it. It also supports different option boards, which this one does not have installed, but that supports other different sound, like daughter boards that Korg had at the time. We're just going to be using the regular NS5R capabilities here, and plugging that in and seeing what it does. How am I going to connect this all together, you might ask? Well, we're going to be using the Roland MPU 104. Man, I'm saying MPU a lot. This in particular is another one of their MPU series of things. I think this was released in 1984, 1985, something like that, whenever they started doing the MPU line of stuff. And this is really just a MIDI input selector, so you can plug up to 5 MIDI devices into this one thing, and then switch between them right here. And yeah, they all plug into the back there, so that the MPU 401 is going to be going in right here to the MIDI through, and then the inputs are going to be going right here to these 4 in succession. So you can switch between them on the fly. And you know, I don't need this, but I found it for a good price at a music shop. So I'm like, yeah, you know what? Let's try it out, because this thing looks cool, and it fits right in with all of these other sound modules, these little half rack things. So you know, it makes me happy. I kind of wish the MT32 was the same, but at that point they hadn't really standardized the sizing for these little synth modules. So, as far as what this is going to be connected to though, well, that's something else. This right here is a Technics stereographic equalizer that I found while thrifting. This is the SH8044 model, and this is completely unnecessary, but I like it. While these do have graphic equalizers on some of them, and you know, a form of spectrum analyzer on the front of the displays on some of them, they don't all. And plus, I just think this one looks really cool and has a nice blue display here, like a VFD, which just glows and looks great. But this isn't actually like a receiver switcher AV kind of thing. It only takes one line in and one line out, as well as an area for a tape recording out and playback. We won't be using those. Just going to be using the line in and out. Obviously there's 4 devices here and there's only one line in and out, so we're going to be using something else to get that all connected into here. And that's just going to be this little cheapo 4-port audio switch. It's got video as well, but who cares? So you can switch between 4 different audio devices, and that's fine. So really all I need is these 4 right here, and this is going to go to this. And then this, once all of these are connected into here, connected to these Roland MA8 stereo micro monitor speakers. These are Roland speakers specifically made for computers, or you know, I guess other applications, but computers especially, since they have the magnetic shielding not to mess with your monitors or other magnetic media. They are really not the most advanced Roland speakers, or even the most advanced ones of theirs that I have, but I think they're cool looking because they're black, and they also have a couple of extra types of inputs in the back, which will be useful, although I really only need the one. So yeah, that's what these are going to be doing. I actually found these at a thrift store as well, so they'll probably be showing up in a future episode of LGR Thrifts. But yeah, Roland MA8s. Quite a lucky find, I thought. And then last but not least, we do have a variety of cables here. We got MIDI cables of all types, and a bunch of audio cables for the different types of connections. Some of them have like the RCA connector on the end. Some of them have like a 1/4-inch phono connector, like dual mono that go to one stereo for the back of this, or whatever. It's just all the cables we need. They're all here. So let's just get to it, because there's a lot to do, and I think this is going to be really cool once it's all together. Well, first the easy part, which is just getting the thing installed in the computer itself. Just get the case off here, unscrew the little thingy in the back so we have a spot for it, and then finagle it through all the wiring and all these ridiculous IDE cables. And there you go. There's not really much more to do with this. There's no drivers or anything. You just plug it into the port that it provides in the back. One side goes to the interface, and the other, of course, goes to the MPU 401 box. Since we're going from big to small, next up is that delightful graphic equalizer. And we're going to be using one of these cables here to go from the line in to the rear of the computer itself to the line out. The equalizer pretty much be the last step in all this before it gets to the speakers. And we got another cable going from the line out of the equalizer, and this will of course go to said speakers once it's all said and done. Got another cable here at 3.5mm once again going to the line in of the sound card, and this will be going to the line out of this little switch box, which is going to make sure that all of these MIDI devices go into the line in of the sound card. Speaking of the marvelous MIDI madness, we're getting to the first one here. It's the Roland MT32. This just requires one of these patch cables, which is a couple of mono 1/4-inch connections that go to RCA. And every single one of these are going to be plugging into this poor little box. And since it's a Roland, I decided to use one of my fancy schmancy Roland cables. Any MIDI cable will do, either way it just has to be plugged into the MIDI input. Next up is the sound canvas, the SC55 Mark II in MIDI mode. Going to be hooking the output right here through just regular RCA cables, and right on over to our delightful little switch box. Seeing as it's another Roland device, we're going for another Roland MIDI cable here to the MIDI input. And yeah, these cords are already getting kinda cumbersome. I wish I had shorter cabling, but I don't. I'm just using whatever I had on hand. Next up is the Yamaha MU80, and it's really the same kind of deal. We're using these patch cables going from that to the switch box, and then we have another MIDI cable. This is just a more generic one. Don't have a fancy Yamaha one or anything. Just going into the MIDI input. Might be curious about the MIDI outputs. We're really just not sending anything from these devices to the computer or to the MPU 401 because we're not composing or doing any weird stuff like that. So we don't need to worry with anything but the MIDI ins on these devices. Our last MIDI unit here is the Korg NS5R. Fitting that it's right beside the Yamaha here because they actually worked with Yamaha back then. You could put a Yamaha daughter board inside of here, and it had a bunch of sounds that were kind of similar actually to the MU80, but you'll hear it in a moment. Same cables though, just connecting to all the stuff that we've been connecting to all along the way. And there we go, that is one mangled mess of wiring. Good grief. This poor box, it's so lightweight that the cables, the weight of them is actually making it shift. It doesn't actually sit level anymore. Anyway, time to plug in all those MIDI cables into something. The MPU 104 here, and yeah, we're just going 1, 2, 3, and 4, and have them all connected right into that. And then we're having another MIDI cable going from the MIDI through to the MIDI out from the MPU 401, which sends the signals from the games and whatnot to everything else. Ta-da! I've made a mess. It's a beautiful mess, but a mess nonetheless. So let's tidy this up a bit and get all these things, and well, by tidying up, I mean just shoving it all behind there so you can't see it as clearly. Let's go ahead and get these speakers over here, these Roland MA8s. We just have a nice little RCA connection here in the back, a little cable to go in between them, which is just your standard thing. And there we go. They can sort of fit in here like that because I only have so much room on my table, and this is how it's going to work. And yeah, I haven't even started with the power cables and AC adapters yet. There's a lot of them. Here's just the ones for the MIDI devices. Good grief, let's get started because I'm ready to test this stuff out. No problem at all. A time lapse will fix this. Time to hit the switch on the power box everything is plugged into and see if they all come on, and yes, they do. And it's a lovely sight. Look at all the lights and displays, and oh man, this is awesome. Except it doesn't work. there's no audio coming out of the speakers, and that that could be any number of things. I don't know why. I don't know what's going on. After about a half an hour of screwing around with different things, I figured out that the Sound Blaster Pro 2.0 card's line in was muted. I guess because when I put the compact flash card in here a while back, I didn't actually reinstall the Sound Blaster software, and it needed that in order to adjust all the volumes and activate it. I don't know what was going on, man. But anyway, installing the software and putting the line in up to 11 did the job. So here we go. Let's try it out with some Duke 3D. Now, you'll notice there, if you know what you're listening to, that those didn't quite sound right. None of them did, and that's because of the way that I was switching between them on the fly. What you need to do when you're actually going to use this would be to make sure it's on the right setting for one thing, and the sound setup, and then make sure it's switched over before you start playing whatever it is you're going to be playing, because otherwise it's just going to use some sound patches and things that are not right, and it sounds like garbage. This is more like what it's supposed to sound like here. This is awesome. Just being able to switch in between whichever device I want, as long as the game is set to use it correctly, that is fantastic. It's just, this is a cool little setup. Well, kind of a big setup, but I like it a lot. Anyway, it's great for games, but let's just hear some demonstration in the form of the classic canyon.mid file from Windows. I recorded each one of these separately and then edited them together so you can hear them going back to back with each device. Enjoy. I love this setup. Just look at this thing. It's a monstrous MIDI mountain. I enjoy it. Even though it's completely impractical. I know it's absurd, and it is absolutely not my recommended way of doing much of anything, really. This is mostly just for me to have fun with, because that's what my wood grain 486 is for, just to have fun with, and show it off in some videos and relive some childhood fantasies. You know, I wondered about a lot of this equipment, just looking at it in music stores and catalogs and game setup menus back in the day, and now I finally have the chance to explore it, and I know some of it's not ideal, and some of it is just also really, really good, and I'm surprised with certain things. And there's all sorts of other ways to set up a sort of MIDI configuration like this. Of course, you could just use a daisy chaining method or MIDI through outputs and inputs and whatnot that are all over these things. Yeah, you could do that too, and then you're dealing with latency and not having a cool switch box. This is just one way of doing things, and I hope that you enjoyed seeing me screw around with it. Oh yeah, I'm still really quite happy with the way that turned out. Visually and in theory, not so much in practicality. I did not use the MIDI Mountain very much at all. I think like one other time after that video, and then I just took it all apart and put it into boxes and individual components again. I'm sorry to say, I'm ashamed to say, but it was just too cumbersome. The fact that everything was just stacked on top of each other like that, it was a rat's nest of horrible stuff in the back, and like, there was no way to get that, and you know, if I had somewhere permanent to set it up, that would have been different, but back then I didn't. I really still don't. So yeah, I just took it all apart and then used individual components again like I was doing, and it didn't make sense. I did leave the MPU 401 in there because it's nice to have that intelligent mode MIDI interface going. But yeah, the actual mountain, that thing got taken apart. And what I did actually after that, some years later, was I made a new MIDI mountain in a rack mount case. And that is a separate video. I'm not gonna show the whole thing here because again, it's not really part of the 486 upgrade. It's kind of its own separate thing. And I actually ended up doing a follow-up to that follow-up over on my Blurbs channel that some of you might not have seen, where I added a new visualizer to replace that really cheap, horrible one that was down on the bottom. So that has a much better look and feel and usability to it now, even than it did in that rack mountain video. But anyway, the MIDI Mountain original one is no longer a thing, but the card MPU 401 is in there still. And yeah, the other thing that came up in that video in the comments, the MPU 104, that little MIDI switch box that was in there, a number of you were like, you're using it for the opposite intended purpose for what it was built. And I didn't even realize that, but I mean, yeah, you're right. It's supposed to take a bunch of MIDI inputs and route them to one MIDI through. I was doing the opposite. I was taking one MIDI out and routing them through to a bunch of MIDI ins. Whatever, it's all MIDI. Like the signals are still going through and it's just flowing regardless, but yeah, it is sort of intended for the opposite purpose and for what I ended up doing. I don't know. I didn't realize that at the time, but it's true. Anyway, yeah, the next one was a sort of stepping stone to where I really wanted to get to with Windows 3.1, and that was installing Windows 3.0. Because I only had DOS 6.22 on the Woodgrain 46 for a while. But I wanted to move on to Windows 3.1 things on there. So the first step in my mind was going with the Windows 3 and seeing what that was like. So let's see what that was like. Greetings and welcome to an LGR thing. And this is Microsoft Windows 3.0, not 3.1, not yet, anyway. I wanted to take a look at this for a couple of reasons. One, I've been meaning to install Windows in some form on my 486 Woodgrain PC for a long time now, and while the eventual goal is to put 3.1 or maybe 3.11 on there, that's what I eventually want to do, but it might be an interesting detour to stop at Windows 3, which was actually released 28 years ago on the exact day I'm filming this, May 22nd, 1990 is when this was released to manufacturing, not when I'm recording this video. Contrary to some conspiracies, I am not a time traveler, so just ignore those IBM 5100s and flux capacitors you've seen in my videos. Anyway, I wanted to install this because, you know, I'm not terribly familiar with it. I've used it a few times here and there over the years, but as a kid, my first version of Windows was 3.1, and while there's not a drastic difference between Windows 3 and 3.1, there kind of is. I mean, there are a lot of applications that will only work with 3.1, in fact, way more that will work with 3.1 only and do not support 3.0. And then, of course, there's just some different graphical features and things like that that this had and then 3.1 got rid of or improved upon in many ways. And I don't know, I just find that this release is kind of fascinating. Plus, I have a brand new sealed package here. Check that out. This is the 3.5-inch US release of Windows 3.00, and it was sold apparently by Forsyth Computers Incorporated in St. Louis, Missouri for $149 at one point. New! Breaks the 640K memory barrier. Unleash all the power of your PC. Yeah, I definitely want to do that since my 486 has 16 megabytes of RAM. You can see the sticker here. It has a special bonus. Comes with Daybook, a personal organizer with a runtime version of Toolbook by Asymmetrics. Don't know what that is yet, but we'll find out. While I could admire this packaging all day, I am itching to get inside here and see what we get, so let's do a bit of an unboxing before we get to setting everything up on the 486. Kind of want to save that price sticker if I can. Oh, it fell right off. That makes it easy. Fresh retro windows. Oh man, so crispy, so enjoyable. Well, I'll just pretend that never fell out of there. Yeah, that is packed to the brim. Smells like a library. So there's that Asymmetrics Runtime Toolbox software construction set for Windows. Got the gigantic Windows 3 user guide here. Good grief. Got a product registration card. Well, it's less of a card and more of a substantial pamphlet. Important information, read this first. No thanks. Okay. I don't remember seeing this as a thing. Well, it's not really a magazine. It's more like a, 12-page monthly publication. So I guess the Cobb Group had their own Windows newsletter. Ah yes, here we go. The Microsoft Windows 3.0 Hardware Compatibility List. This is fascinating. The following computers, video displays, printers, pointing devices, keyboards, and networks have been certified for use with Microsoft 3.0. Yes, Windows 3 can run on all these things. And pretty much this just effectively is a wish list for my collection these days. But a bunch of them, man, what the heck happened to these things? Like, what's the ALR PowerFlex? That sounds like an amazing computer. Or the Emerson ET200. Didn't realize Emerson made computers. The Goupil G5S6. Yeah, I guess some Nokia's in there. I've been trying to find like a Nokia like MS-DOS computer just because it seems like that would be fun. Here's a very similar list for all of the applications that Microsoft has tested to be working with Windows 3 or have Windows 3 specific versions at this point in 1990. Of course, there were many more than this that would work on Windows 3, but it's kind of neat to have a brand new operating system at the time, and they went out of their way to test so much stuff. Here's our proof of license, Windows 3.00. Look how simple that is. Yeah, these looked a little more simpler than what happened with all the Microsoft licensed things later on, with the holograms and all sorts of interesting print and security features. Not much going on there. And then all this is going to be the floppy disks. Please treat it as valuable property. I will do that, Microsoft in 1990. I will do that. Before opening this disk packet, I should carefully read all that crap. Now, let's go ahead and get this disk packet open here before we take a look at the manual or anything like that. Oh man. Wow, these look great. They feel great too. These are quality discs. All right. So yeah, for DOS systems. So this is a full version of the thing, and you just install this on top of DOS. Have DOS 6.22 installed on the 486, so that is what we'll be upgrading or really adding on to, since Windows was more of a shell that ran on top of DOS at this point and not a fully fledged operating system. So it does require DOS, which is why we're doing it in this order. And subsequently, we're going to be installing 3.1 on top of this 3.0 installation in the future. I am curious about this guy. I'm absolutely not familiar with this at all. So it looks like it comes with a personal organizer, calendar, address book, to-do list, but also this thing called Toolbook. And that's what I'm more intrigued by here. With the full version of Toolbuck, you can easily create your own applications without being a programmer. I've used Windows 3.0 before, like it's installed on my IBM PS2 Model 9046 XP thing. This, on the other hand, yeah, we'll install this once we get Windows installed and see what it does. And finally, just want to take a look at this manual here really quick because it's so large it demands an audience. That's the most appropriate. 640 pages. 640K barrier broken. 640 page barrier broken for this manual. Wow. Oh, just absurd documentation. Could you imagine getting a book like this with Windows 10 or anything these days from Microsoft that's not like some enterprise solution kind of IT corporate business software? Anyway, that's one delightful mountain of documentation. All right. Well, now I know what Windows 3 comes with, so let's hook up the Woodgrain 46 and get this baby installed. All right, get the 46 turned on, some disks at the ready. Here we go. And it just said to type setup on the A drive. Welcome to the Microsoft Windows version 3.00 setup. We will install to Windows. It's a very classic Windows installer they used for seemingly forever. Okay, so let's see what it has detected. MS-DOS, VGA. We do have SVGA. We'll just go with VGA for now. Sounds good. And now to sit through the process of installing 7 floppy disks. These are all 720 kilobyte, not high density, just double-sided double density disks. And I'm not sure, okay, what is it doing here? The heck is this? No clue what that did on the first disk there, but we'll try it again. You really just never know with floppy disks. Even ones that were new, wrapped up and stuff. Okay, well that's what it was supposed to do. After setup installs Windows, it will perform each of the following check procedures. Set up printers, applications already on hard disk. Nope, nope, nope. Because I don't want to do any of that. I don't have a printer attached right now, although I hope to address that in the future. So yeah, it seems to be fine now. We went from disk 2 onto disk 3, so I'll just continue from here and pick back up once it's done installing. Didn't even ask for disk 7, just went straight to this. Needs to modify configsys and autoexec.bat. Make all modifications for me. Yeah, go ahead. Reboot. I guess it's not going to do it for me. Do it yourself, it says. Okay, let's see what it did. We have Windows over there. You can just type in Win, and it loaded so quickly we couldn't even see the Windows 3.0 splash screen. What a shame. But I do still have that compact flash storage device installed on here. So yeah, this is Windows 3.0. It is very much like 3.1 or 3.11, but a little simpler. The icons are different, a lot of the capabilities are different, as I mentioned earlier, but let's see if we can add a little bit of color here. Fluorescent! Yes. Because why not? Oh, these color schemes are not great. I remember pastel. I guess we're just going to put it right back to where it was. We got a bunch of fonts. Well, actually, not a bunch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 fonts. We can access our ports, and our mouse, and our desktop. I remember some of these patterns being kind of interesting. Nope. Nope, they're pretty dumb. They're all monochrome. And I keep wanting to click this part to get the drop down, but you actually have to click the drop down. Just clicking this doesn't actually do anything here. So yeah, there's a lot of little things about the UI that they tweaked for 3.1 that just make it way easier to use. Let's try some wallpapers. Will it let me? Oh, I have to tile them. There we go. Some of these are pretty rad. I like chess. Always like chess. That's like my favorite of the Windows 3 wallpapers. I'll probably leave that, but I'm just curious what else is in here. Paper? Yeah, whatever. Party. Oh, I don't know, man. That might be even better. The early 90s-ness of that is beautiful. Oh, so is that. Oh, it's just great. I think I'm going to leave that one for now. And then add something magnificent over here. Kind of like this. Oh my goodness, yes. This is Windows 3.0. Oh, look at all this, man. I just want to drink from jazz pattern solo cups and go roller skating and oh man. All right, so let's see. We got some games here. Solitaire, the classic. There's something about like how smooth everything feels, yet the frame rate isn't ridiculously high either. There's just something odd about it. It does have all the same decks as 3.1 though. It looks like it is, yep, still the same one by West Cherry. So, and then Reversey was the other game that it came with. And this was a classic, sort of a holdover really. And then they kind of took it out from 3.1, if I recall. Let's see, we got some accessories. We got write. I can write things with my Model M, and it's loud as balls. It's wonderful. We got paint friggin' brush. Oh, yes. Look at that high DPI of my mouse. This little Logitech mouse. It's, or maybe it's the polling rate causing that. But either way, it's a very limited kind of mouse situation going on. We have the terminal, which was, oh man, I wish I had a phone line to actually try this, because I used to dial into all sorts of things, like, you know, bulletin board systems and the local library, and there was like this thing that the Yellow Pages had. I don't know, all sorts of stuff if you had a phone line, which I don't. I don't even have a modem installed in this thing. It's just because I don't really need it these days. Notepad. Yay, it's Notepad. Recorder. Quite handy for recording macros if you ever need to do things with your various programs, you know, spreadsheets, whatnot, if they don't have macro support built in. Card file. Yeah, in case you need to keep a bunch of cards filed. Got a calendar to keep track of your calendar, set alarms for yourself. All these basic productivity things that were really like a big selling point of Windows, so you would be able to get all of these kind of things just in one spot. You get a clock, man. A clock. I love that digital clock. And you've also got the PIF editor here, which is if you want to make shortcuts and special, you know, requirements for memory and display usage and all that kind of stuff for your DOS programs. Pretty darn handy. At least I found it so, in, especially in Windows 95, but also in 3 and 3.1. File Manager looks a little bit different too from 3.1. So you have this, and then just things open up this way, and it's, I don't know, I think it's kind of annoying. I don't like it. I know there's ways to customize it, but point being, I'm not a big fan of File Manager in Windows 3. You do want to save your settings? Sure, go ahead, I don't care. I do want to try that piece of software that it came with, though, the Asymmetrix Runtime Toolbox. Okay, so we'll run the run command, and it is tbksetup.exe. Install it to the toolbox folder. Well, it did that. We'll do introducing toolbook. Ooh, tourbook, an introduction to toolbook. In this brief introduction, you'll see what it can do. Allow about 10 minutes. Well, I don't know about that, but yeah, what can it do? I just want to know what it can do. Toolbook is almost as powerful as your imagination. You can combine text, graphics, animation, calculations, interact. Is this HyperCard? Kind of looks like HyperCard. Yeah, create a book that uses stereo sound. Yeah, this is pretty much looking like HyperCard for the Mac. Not exactly what I thought it would be, but that's interesting. Yeah, check it out. There's an example of things you can do. So that's that part of it. Let's try Daybook. All right, so we have the Daybook map. You can see a data flow diagram. Okay. It's like an organizer. That's fine. This is today. Dang it. And we can go to, yeah, we can put a reminder here. Now we're gonna put a watch on this day, and it's gonna remind me to upload this video. Upload. this video. And the watch is on top of that. But there we go. Oh, no, we can't. Why can't I make the watch? Well, screw this. Now, I would try SimCity for Windows here, SimCity Classic, but this is one of those that will not work on here because it needs Windows 3.1 or above for all sorts of reasons, but, you know, largely because of all the multimedia stuff. However, I believe that the Microsoft Best of Entertainment Pack will work on here. It says, yeah, MS-DOS version 3.1 or later, which this is 6.22, and Windows version 3.0 or later with 286 or higher, 640K of RAM. Yay. As long as we can play Ski Free, Rodent's Revenge, Jezball, it's not entirely useless. Oh yeah, that's what I like to see. All these games. Ski Free, yay! So yeah, you can play Ski Free on Windows 3, so that's pretty awesome. And you got Chips Challenge without any sound. That is what it is. Jezball, good stuff, good stuff. Again, it's all very quiet though. That's unfortunate. And the reason for this silence is not because we don't have a sound card in here. If you'll remember a while back, we did another 486 upgrade video where I installed a lovely Sound Blaster Pro 2.0 card. So this thing does have some awesome sound, but all we get in Windows 3.0 here is occasional PC speaker beeping, and that's it. Like that. Dunk! That's all you get. What was my cool name? My cool name is LGR. My cool quote is... Quotes are cool. But the reason that we don't have sound here is simply because Windows 3 does not support it. In fact, it didn't even get support other than this really basic PC speaker warning beep until Windows 3.0A with multimedia extensions. And as far as I know, that wasn't actually sold in stores. It was just an upgrade that was made available for certain vendors that were selling their MPC or multimedia PC, but this doesn't have it, which is kind of odd because on the front of this, if you look at the screen that is on that little IBM, what is that, an 8513 monitor, it has an article about MIDI. It shows a keyboard and paintbrush, and there's a program manager window open that says music and computing, but this does not have music or sound support. It's just, why were they doing that? They're like teasing something that just wasn't even a thing yet. But anyway, this computer does have the ability to play back sound, so we'll do that eventually with the upgrade to Windows 3.1. But as it is now, that's pretty much it for this right here, just Windows 3. Yeah, Windows 3, that really surprised me with that. Just how limited it was. It was even more held back and lacking features and options and updates and support than I realized going in. I'd messed around with it a little bit on one of my IBM PS2s that had Windows 3.0 on there, but not to any real degree, and I certainly had installed to install certain software on there. Like SimCity, for instance. I didn't realize that, SimCity for Windows 3.1 and 3.0 were completely different. And I found that later. There's a 3.0 or like an earlier release of like SimCity Classic that works specifically in Windows 3.0. But the 3.1 version that I had as a kid straight up doesn't work in 3.0. And not to mention all the lacking multimedia capabilities and sound and just so many updates that ended up happening in 3.1. Yeah, it just made me, respect 3.1 even more. It was much more than an incremental update than I always assumed it was, I guess. So, speaking of which, that was the next thing. Getting to where I wanted to really be in the first place, which is having Windows 3.1 on the LGR Woodgrain 486. Let's watch it. Greetings and welcome to another LGR Woodgrain 486 upgrade video. And the last time I did one of these, we got Windows 3.0 installed on here, which I just wanted to do because I was not as familiar with this version of Windows. I started at 3.1 when I was a kid, but this one it's just always intrigued me because it's a little more primitive, but definitely laid a lot of groundwork for 3.1 and later versions of Windows. And I don't know, it's been a curious experience messing with it for the past however many months. However, there were some things that were notably disappointing about it. The fact that it didn't have any sound support unless you were to get some of the media extensions and install those, which I haven't done. So you don't get things like media player or sound recorder or anything. And Solitaire and Reversi were the only two games that it came with. We did install Best of Entertainment Pack, so we had those in there. But again, no sound. Video support's really limited in terms of things like SVGA and all that. And I also wanted to try the original SimCity for Windows 3. And the one that I had in the last video didn't work, and it turns out that because I actually had a later version of SimCity Classic, it didn't support Windows 3 anymore. Well, this one does. So thank you very much to all of you in the comments and those who sent emails and such letting me know that there were older versions of SimCity for Windows that worked with Windows 3. This is pretty cool. I did not know that this version existed, and now I have it in the box. So yay, another one added to the collection. So while there are more Windows 3 games than I thought, it's still not exactly like a gaming operating system. In fact, it wasn't even on the market for too long before Windows 3.1 came out and really stole the show. And yeah, that's what we're going to be doing today, is looking at Windows 3.1. Yes, indeed. The classic makes your PC easier to use. Let's just do this, you know what I mean? We're going to install it, get it unboxed, and, just talk about the Windows 3.1 experience, because this is it's a comfy space for me. This was my first graphical operating system. I had MS-DOS 5 and then 3.1 installed on top of that. And, it brings back interesting memories. It was also a massive improvement over 3.0, which was already a pretty big improvement over, versions 2 and 1 of Windows and all that. But this is the one that put Microsoft Windows on the map in terms of something being very popular. And this was something that came out in 1992, less than 2 years after 3.0 was introduced. So 3 didn't even have a whole lot of time on the market before this came out and completely supplanted it on April 6th, 1992, when it was released to manufacturing. And it was sold in two different versions, primarily a $49 upgrade and a $99 full product edition, which is this one right here. So you don't need a previous version of Windows to install it from this release. But yeah, it added so many things, not just extra game and software support, but things like TrueType fonts, which was a first for Windows, at least without third-party software, so it made it a viable desktop publishing solution. Of course, one of the biggest additions were the multimedia and audio support, so no longer have to worry about adding media extensions. You could just get sound and MIDI music right out of the box if you had the hardware for it. It also came with screensavers out of the box. Before this, you were limited to getting packages like After Dark if you wanted screensavers. And of course, it was backwards compatible with Windows version 3. To a degree anyway. 3.0 software worked, but not the Windows 2 and 1 software that may have worked under 3, so it depends on what you were trying to use. It also dropped real mode support, so that meant that Windows 3.1 required a 286 or better CPU with protected mode in order to function. And yeah, 3.1 ended up being extremely popular. It was really the first Windows environment to see wide software support and major commercial success, selling 3 million units in its first few months on the market, really signaling a huge shift in the mainstream PC market away from DOS and towards graphical operating environments, especially towards Windows. There were several alternatives, notably OS2 2.0, but Windows 3.1 really became kind of the standard, and then 95 took it up from there. But yeah, let's just go ahead and take a look at this right here. Let's see what's inside. I don't know if this is exactly gonna have everything, because I found this box at Goodwill years ago, and I don't know, it seemed pretty complete. Well, kind of. There's no manual, is there? I guess it wasn't as complete as I thought. So at least we have a guide of some kind. We have the discs. I hope this is all of them. If not, that's okay. I have many, many more copies of Windows 3.1. This is just the only one that I have the box for. So yeah, it comes with a 7 5 1/4 inch high density discs right here. And we also get the guide to support. We also get this hardware compatibility list. You had one of these for Windows 3.0 as well. Yeah, this is pretty much just a list of all the computers and things that they had tested it with. Okay, so there's no manual in here. I was kind of hoping there would be, but that's how it goes. And lastly, we're upgrading Windows. We may as well upgrade the mouse as well. This is the Microsoft ergonomic mouse, the serial version that they released for use with Windows 3.1 back in the day. And yeah, check it out. It's getting that design down that was pretty popular with mouse designs from Microsoft in the mid to late 90s. Breakthrough ergonomic research and innovative features make the new Microsoft mouse the ultimate pointing device for the Windows operating system. Yes, indeed. And yeah, you can see right there, it'll work with all sorts of things right there, but they kind of built it to work with Windows 3.1 and 3.11. Interesting packaging here. Oh, I see how they did that. Clever, using the artwork on the back of the manual here as the background for that. That's cool. Oh, it's so pink. We have the Microsoft Mouse setup disc. I've come across so many of these discs just on their own, but I've never actually had the original mouse like in the package to go with it. You know, obviously pretty much any mouse is going to be like Microsoft compatible from this time period, but something about having this original one, you know, no scroll wheel and serial. The only other one like this I had was PS2 compatible. So yeah, let's see what we got here. A bus interface board and bus mouse. Yes, an import mouse. I've got one of these interfaces, but don't actually have the mouse to go with it. Anyway, I mean, it's pretty simple stuff. You have that bloated mouse driver for MS-DOS. Using the mouse and moving the mouse. How do we do this? How do we use a mouse, guys? The mouse controls a pointer on your screen. That pointer can have a number of shapes. The rubber-coated ball in your mouse rolls within its socket when you move the mouse across a smooth surface. It translates the movement of the ball into signals to tell the computer how to move the pointer. Fantastic. Clicking, double-clicking, dragging. I love how in-depth this is. I mean, it's just a mouse, and yet there are almost 50 pages. The times when a mouse was still pretty fresh in people's minds. Like, you always hear that story about them including solitaire with Windows to try to help people use a mouse. It's not exactly true, but you know. It's a really good smell. I don't know why, but it is. So yeah, this is when they didn't have that matte finish surface on the mouse. It's very glossy. I didn't know that it was actually glossy from the factory like this. One of these that I had, like I said, it was a PS2 port on the end instead of serial. It was all glossy like this, but in kind of uneven ways. So I assumed that it had been worn down over years of use. But no, it's actually glossy. Oh man, that is one clean ball bay. That's good stuff. I'm excited to use this. So we got a serial adapter here to go from 9-pin to 25-pin. Not going to be using that because I've got the 9-pin on the back of the Woodgrain 46. All right, it is actually time to get things going now, so let us install Windows. All right, I've got the Woodgrain 46 turned on and plugged into this Packard Bell CRT. It's smaller than the other one that I normally use here, but this is the monitor that I used with Windows 3.1 back in the day, so it's extremely nostalgic. It just feels right to me. Microsoft mouse plugged in and got disks ready to go, so let's start here with Windows 3.1 Disk 1. That familiar Windows setup. They used this for so friggin' long. All right, yeah, so as detected, version 3.0 of Windows on there, so we'll upgrade that. To keep your previous version and add 3.1 to your system, press escape. No, we're just gonna overwrite it and get that upgrade going. MS-DOS, VGA, mouse, and keyboard, and all that. I do want 256 color VGA at some point. I may have to get some drivers and install them myself, though. We'll just go with normal VGA for now. And at this point, it's just hoping that all these disks are functional and that I actually have all of them. And yeah, just copying things over. So, well, that was quick. It only needed the first 3 disks, and even then, it didn't look like it used much from that third one. So, cool. Yeah, all these optional things. Install everything. So at this point, it starts asking for the other discs. So, all right. On to disc 6. So far, so good. Disc 7 does not seem to be needed at the moment anyway. To set up Windows correctly, it needs to modify all the things. Go ahead and do that. Oh, we got a program manager. Reboot. Let's see what we got. Aha, and there it is. Classic Windows 3.1 startup. Followed by the startup window. And yeah, well, it looks pretty much just like 3.0 at this point because, you know, it's kept our old settings. But yeah, we have version 3.1, 386 enhanced mode. So yeah, there we go. This looks much better. Got all the color and the icons. We've got a control panel filled with all sorts of good things. We've got the option for other types of backgrounds and such. Oh, cars. Man, I remember that one. Oh man, I completely forgot that existed. You know what else exists? Many more color schemes, including the legendary hot dog stand. Oh yeah. Had a bunch of people asking like, oh, why didn't you enable hot dog stand on Windows 3? It's because it didn't come with it. This does though. That's where this was introduced. And of course, all of these fantastic TrueType fonts. Got some sound. Maybe? Oh yeah. Yeah. That is exactly as it should be. So yeah, it sees it as the Sound Blaster Pro, which we do have installed. Typically what I do is install the actual Sound Blaster Pro, like Windows 3.1 software disks. Yeah, at the moment I'm just happy looking at all of the things that we can do. It brings me such joy. I don't know. There's something about the 3.1 experience. Oh yeah. Good old flying Windows. Mystify. That was one we always had pretty much constantly on our Packard Bell 46 with 3.1. Of course, the Starfield simulation. Always like this one too. Let's just put more stars in there. Let's do like 100 stars. Yeah. Oh man. Well, let me go ahead and get the sound working. I don't know where my discs are for the Sound Blaster, but I'll just... Actually, they're probably right back there, aren't they? I lied. I knew exactly where they were. Right behind me, because I've got all sorts of stuff behind me. So yeah, this should have the... Yeah, it's got the Windows 3.1 drivers and software included in here. Oh yeah, okay, so this is a DOS installer, at least on this disk. Yeah, installing the Windows applications there, which is what I'm looking for. Nice. So hopefully at this point that means we have... Yep, there we go. Sound Blaster Pro 2.0, Basic FM. We can switch to some different things here. Let's do Extended FM. And this is why you ended up installing something like a Wave Blaster in here, which I plan to do in the future, now that we have Windows 3.1 installed. But yeah, alright. So sound is going... I mean, yeah. Creative Mosaic is a little excessive. Alright, we got the mixer here. Microphone is turned all the way down, but I don't have one plugged in right now, so that's okay. Huh. Talking scheduler. Oh dear.
This is the pitch and speed of Simon's voice.
Oh.
This is the pitch and speed of Perkins' voice. This is the pitch and speed of Egoer's voice.
Egoer. Well, as much as I could play around with those sound things all day, it was time for some coffee. And I wrote a disk with the drivers for the video card. I have a Diamond Speedstar 1 megabyte FLB that's installed in there. So hopefully this will be the driver for it. So yeah, Speedstar. I always want to call it Speedster, like it's a car. Speedstar Pro, 640 by 480, 256 colors. We'll go with the small font version. Yay! Presumably this means we have 256 color support now. And we do. And also have a nice little Speedstar Pro configuration thing here. Look at that. It goes all the way up to 1280 by 1024 if we really wanted to. I would probably not be the best on this monitor. This is really geared towards 640 by 480, so we're going to leave it there. Yeah, we can try out that 256 color background that it came with. Not the best demonstration of 256 colors, but I appreciate the effort, Microsoft. So let's try something that takes advantage of our new palette of colors. I'm going to start with Lode Runner, The Legend Returns by Sierra and Jeff Tunnel Productions for floppy disks. Good old file manager. We got some options here for MIDI music. We'll just go with the Sound Blaster option. And here we go.
Phew! Sierra!
Oh yeah. Wow, that is some very different music. That's just nuts. Hearing it with FM synthesis instead of like the normal general MIDI and such is fascinating. Yeah, that is a different interpretation, all right. I kind of like it. All right, time to get eaten. Yay, Lode Runner. Okay, let's try something else. That worked. All right, another Windows 3.1 classic to try here is Microsoft Arcade. Released in 1993 in conjunction with Atari, I believe. Yeah, it's got Asteroid Centipede. All right, one disc. One disc that doesn't want to read. All things considered, though, I mean, that's not bad. It's the first disc we've had today that doesn't read properly. All right, wrote my own disc with blackjack and hookers. Much better. And this is why I always make backups of my discs. All right, here we go. Now try some Missile Command. I have very vivid memories of playing this for the first time at an Office Depot sometime in the mid-90s. But I specifically remember seeing Battlezone and being like, whoa. You know, it's not that it's like even hard to run exactly. It's just the fact that you could. So yeah, this is the very first time that I had seen proper arcade ports on a PC. Of course, there were like a million arcade conversions and stuff in the 80s and in the 90s and all sorts of things. I don't know. I just hadn't seen anything that wasn't like garbage. This actually looked and played as close to the arcade version as I'd ever seen, honestly. So, you know, it's just one of those things. Go full screen on Centipede here. Whoops, that was pretty dumb. Oh, that was dumber. Well, I'll never claim to be an expert at Centipede. All right, so one more thing I want to try here, and that is the Print Shop Deluxe. For me, oh dang it, how does this open up? For me, like, there was an odd period in time where just seeing any of these kind of whatever, graphics that I could move around on a screen like this was just absolutely charming. I mean, I would look through this booklet over and over and over, and of course it was all black and white here, but you know, they were full color. When you put them on the software on the screen and you print them out, and I wasted so much ink. I had a ton of fun with Print Shop Deluxe for Windows 3.1 back in the day. And, it's just something I always have to install in every version of 3.1 that I have. I always like watching this little gear thing go by. It's just simple pleasures. Success. Oh yes. This screen right here, it really does it for me. Backdrops and templates, of course this was my favorite, pretty much everyone's favorite, I don't know. You just have to do coastal scene thing with the crab. Love seeing everything draw in bit by bit. Now we don't want any text right down there, we need an object, square graphic. All of the clip art, effectively. Oh man. But the one I'm looking for is, of course, Cool Crab. He's got the soda. He's chilling on the beach. Right there. I do wish I could print, but yeah, maybe another day. Well, that is it for this episode on Windows 3.1. I had planned on installing the 3.11 upgrade, maybe even putting on Windows for Workgroups 3.11, but obviously it didn't. It turns out I don't own that. Thought for sure that I did. Turns out I have another version of Windows for Workgroups. And, there's other things that might be interesting to cover in the future as well, like Windows NT 3.1. And there's all sorts of things from the early to mid-90s in terms of Microsoft operating systems and all that. And, related stuff that I'm sure I'm going to cover in the future. So stick around if you'd like to see some of those things. And, of course, I'm just going to be continuing to use this Woodgrain 46 whenever I'm covering games or software or anything that happens to use DOS 6.22 or Windows 3.1. I mean, that's why I've put this together. So it's just kind of an ongoing project PC. Oh, heck yeah. Windows 3.1. I got no notes. That video was fun. And 3.1 is great. It's just how it should be on a 486. Like, in my mind, that is the graphical environment that works on there, and that's how it should be on that style of system. Or maybe Windows 3.11, the 4 work groups add-on and all that kind of stuff, which I've been meaning to do a video on that too. Probably do that in the future, but just straight up 3.1, yeah. And tab works. I don't know. That's a nice little shell to put on top of 3.1 that I have very fond memories of. Dang it. See, now I'm thinking about all these other things I wanted to be doing. It's not what I'm supposed to be doing here. There's other things that I could be doing with this in the future, so stay tuned or whatever. But yeah, 3.1 is what belongs on this system, and that's what was gonna stay on there, except for when I installed 95 on it. We'll get to that. Anyway, the next video in the upgrade series was the Intel Pentium Overdrive. Yeah, I got some thoughts on this. Let's watch the original video first. Greetings and welcome to a LGR Woodgrain 46 upgrade thing, and today we've got the Intel Pentium Overdrive processor. Makes your Intel 46 processor-based PCs run faster, which is great because that's what I want to do. Yeah, we're going to take the Woodgrain 46's AMD AM46 CPU that's in there, running at 66 megahertz, and turn it into a Pentium of sorts. It's kind of a weird thing, it takes a 46 and makes it an 83 megahertz Pentium. Yeah, bit of an odd frequency rating there, but that's what Intel was doing, man. In the mid-90s, they had all sorts of interesting overdrive chips, and this one in particular just attracted me to it. Yeah, the POD P5 V83, because of the weird rating, 83 megahertz, and I've just never messed with one of these Pentium overdrives before. Just 46 overdrives that take like 4633 and turn it into a DX4 100 or whatever. And perhaps that would be more suitable for the Woodgrain 46, but I've got this one here, complete in box. It's been sitting in its sealed packaging for 25 years, thereabouts. It was originally launched in October 1995, maybe early 1996, depending on where you look. But back then, it was $299 US for just this upgrade chip, and that's the equivalent of around $500 adjusted for inflation. So a bit pricey for just a CPU upgrade, to the point where they didn't last on the market for too very long, and there were a lot of critiques in the media about it just being like, who the heck is this thing for? Average consumers found it too costly, and businesses would rather just get a new system. I mean, one IT guy was quoted as saying both a memory and hard disk upgrade made sense alongside a Pentium, so if you do one, you have to do all three. And if you end up doing all three, it's just cheaper to buy a new system. So yeah, I mean, all good points. I totally give all the points to their logic. But man, Intel was pushing all the things it could do. I mean, look at all these software benchmarks, 135%, 144%, 267% better in some programs. Oh, wow. Need help in selecting which one you need? I mean, look at all these things that you can do on the website. And yeah, they had a website. You can go out on the web, the cyberspaces, and you can go and download this PDF. Seriously, I did. It's still on archive.org. The Intel Pentium Overdrive Processor Performance Report. It's 30 pages of just benchmarks and how cool it is to use this thing in your 46. And there's so much going on, man. I don't know. I don't know, man. I just want to play Duke Nukem 3D and Descent 2 and stuff. But there were a lot of serious people looking at this and making paperwork. Anyway, let's go ahead and get this unboxed because I'm curious what's inside. Oh, the box itself is glued to itself. Actually, it looks like this one was made in 1998. February 13th. Wow, that's almost exactly 22 years ago at the day I'm recording this. Okay, maybe they were on the market a little bit longer than I've read. I'd read that kind of just lasted through 1997. 98 would have been pretty late to get an 83 megahertz Pentium. I did not make that easy. Ooh, fresh Pentium Overdrive. No Bachman Turner included. Look at that. Yeah, this is one of those, I believe the heatsink is permanently attached and there is a replaceable fan clipped to the top, but yeah, they were serious about the cooling on this thing. Just as an example, my AMD 46 that's in there right now does not require any cooling at all. It's a 3.3 volt CPU, so it's never had a heatsink or fan or anything, but this, yeah, they're like, it's 5 volt, it runs hot or whatever. You just gotta make sure it's nice and cool. Gotta wonder about the thermals in between the CPU and the heatsink, but we'll see. Let's see here, what all we got? Oh man, so we've got a stay in the loop registration card. The beginning of a valuable relationship with Intel. Just what I've been looking for around Valentine's Day. Now we have the, well, this is not something I was expecting. Overdrive processor demonstration and diagnostics. Okay. I've got a little remover tool of some kind. Intriguing. And some paperwork. Attention, Packard Bell Systems. Oh dear, what now? Serial numbers 450 and 470 require additional hardware. Okay. We're not putting in any of those, but yeah, quick installation. I mean, yeah, it's pretty simple. Pretty simple. It's just a drop-in thing, man. Got some jumpers if we need. I guess a diagnostics disc to check things out. That's cool. I'm glad it comes with that. Let's see if the manual says what to do with this doohickey. Oh, there's an animated demo. That's gonna be good. Haha. I like animated demos. Okay, so that's what that's for. Removing the processor from a socket with no handle. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Not in a 46 anyway. So yeah, that makes sense. You got the little grooves there, fits between the pins. Dang, that's cool. Glad I have one of these. I've had some trouble pulling things out of like a 386 before. So yeah, anyway, the rest of this just seems to be generic. We've got a data sheet. How nice. Although I've already looked up all this stuff online, but yeah, check it out, man. This is something I'm pretty excited about. 16K of code cache and 16K of write-back capable data cache. The AMD that I have in there right now is only 8K of L1 cache. Still no L2 on board. That is on the system board itself. I have 256K of L2 on that motherboard that we upgraded to in the past because didn't have any L2 when we first did the build. But yeah, this should be quite the lovely thing. Oh, that is fresh. Look at this thing. It's just so clean, so nice. And check out that integrated fan heatsink cooler design, man. It is all clipped on there. Looks like the fan could come off, but I mean, that heatsink is pretty thoroughly attached. And I like the fact that it looks like it gets the power straight through the pins. There's no connector for like a fan to the motherboard or Molex or anything like that. This is exciting, man. Oh, dude. It's not gonna be a 46 anymore. It's gonna be the LGR wood grain Pentium. That's weird. Oh, I don't know if I like that. I didn't think about that. Well, anyway, This seems like a pretty clear upgrade on paper. Will it be 100+% better like Intel claimed? There's only one way to find out. Let us get this thing set up and try out some benchmarks and games and stuff. Alrighty, let's just get the old AMD one out of there. Well, the new CPU was old as well, but you know what I mean. There we go. Oh, poor AMD. Still a good CPU. Maybe I'll go back to it at some point, but not today. Alright, and our drop-in replacement. Okay, so I guess with socket 3, we don't have exposed pins, unpopulated pins around the edges. I think that might just be with socket 2. You'd have like an extra row all the way around each 4 sides. Okay. Well, that's that part out of the way. Now it's time to get to everyone's favorite part about old computers, all the jumper settings. So there's quite a variety of different things that this particular motherboard supports, but what we're looking for here is this P24T. I believe that is the Pentium Overdrive code name or whatever. All right, so JP9 should be on 1 and 2. It is. JP10 should be 2 and 3. Okay, then is that one. Now I gotta worry about all these. Okay, JP13 should be 1 and 2. There's nothing on JP13. So we will just add a jumper down there. Yeah. There we go. JP23 needs to be on 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8. Okay, I think this is the last one. All right, I'm gonna triple, quadruple check everything here according to my list, and yeah, if everything checks out, we'll plug everything in, power it on, and see what happens. All right, everything's set up, ready to go, installed, whatever. We just got to get this on here and see what that's about, but let's just power it on and see what happens. Sounds a little different. There's a CPU fan going. Didn't have one before this. Thankfully, it's not too loud or grinding or anything. Hey, check it out. So P24T, 80 megahertz. Close enough. We'll run a CPU check here in a second and see how that goes. All right, so yeah, Intel Pentium 83 Overdrive, 83.5 megahertz, indeed. 2.5 clock multiplier, bus speed, 33 megahertz. Everything looks as it should. And yeah, the internal cache is probably not going to do everything because I don't believe I have write-through mode. So I may just have the 16 out of 32 possible K on the chip itself. It's only going to be write-through for the internal cache, which means we're not going to get that full 60 or 32K. We have 16K of the cache on L1. L2 is right back. That's cool. Not game breaking, but worth noting, this motherboard isn't the most powerful thing to pair with a Pentium. All right, so let's try Top Bench really quick because I want to. And also because when I ran it before, back when we installed the external cache down there, 256K, we were getting around 190. Actually, it looked just like this here, because that's just what this is. So around 190 points, you can see in the top left there is just running in real time. So if you run the benchmark in real time here, we should be, yes, it's a bit faster, 218. So equivalent-ish, but well, it's going back and forth. Pentium 75 clone, thereabouts. Let's see what it is with turbo. Nice, okay, so turbo still cranks it down a good bit. Like a 386 DX40. Not nearly as slow as it is with that 486, but we can disable like the external cache and other things if we really want to get super slow for playing certain older games. But yeah, around 218, 219. Not bad. Not the biggest jump though. I was hoping to get around 240 or 50, but again, this motherboard just isn't the best thing for the time. Still, an improvement nonetheless. I mean, it is working, right? So here's something else. I've got another benchmark on here, this 3D benchmark. Let me show you what it was with the 486 that we had in here previously. This is more of a test of like VGA capabilities and whatnot, but you know, it should still be faster with a Pentium. So with the 486, I ended up getting a score of 47.1 We'll run it with the Pentium here and see what we get. Should certainly be faster. I'm not expecting like a ton faster, because again, we need to like upgrade the video card and whatnot to make more of an improvement to this, I believe. 55.7, okay. Just out of curiosity, I'm gonna run cache check here. And, well, I'll just have it check the cache. I'm curious about that L1, if it really is just giving us 16 of the 32. Ooh, we got some results. So, yeah, only 16K of L1. But man, that's like 2 or something times the speed, maybe 3 times. It's a lot faster than the 46 one was. And plus, it's got all sorts of floating point stuff and Pentium things. It is a clear improvement. So, let's just go ahead and try this overdrive processor demonstration and diagnostics disk. So there's a Windows version. I don't want to do that. Oh, it's got a fan monitor. How cool is that in DOS? I like it anyway. All right. Install all the things, please. Listen to the sound of my disk. All right, so we got some demos. We got a fan monitor. Let's just see what that looks like. It's on. No RPMs, no anything. It's just on. Okay, let's try this. The actual program itself. Got a mouse. I don't know what kind of weird resolution this is. It is bowing on my monitor, and I don't feel like fixing it. Let's see if this is any different. It's the same thing. Just says whether or not the fan is on. Review installation demonstration. Whoa. Oh, that's so cool. Man, the dithering. I'm going to capture this on the capture device for posterity really quick. Hold on. All right, let's start that over because it's worth it. Look how awesome that looks. I mean, I hope it looks good to you, or else I'm just going crazy. Being a weird old man. I love these kind of little things. Look at those hands. Dude. Animations. Oh, those are phenomenal looking pixels on the motherboard there. All the little details. Dude, somebody put some real serious time into this. Intel, man. They didn't hold out. Oh, look at that. Look at the little removal tool graphic. Oh, that is so cool. Oh, look at that. That's enough of that. If you want to see the rest of it, you can see the download in the video description for the disc and take a look. Anyway, let's run the processor instruction test. Oh, man. Wow. I'm assuming that that is legit and it's not just running numbers in an animation. All right. That's pretty cool. Floating point conformance test. Ah, that's my kind of test right there. I love conforming to floating points. Doing some math. It's just calculating tons of things, man. The power of the Pentium. Look at it go. All right, well, that's all for that. Didn't really do a whole lot other than show me some really cool animations and some numbers that I am going to trust that were real. Right, let's run some games. I mean, we got to try Duke 3D because it ran like total crap before this. I mean, it's probably still going to run like crap to a degree, but let's make sure everything's good. 320 by 200 normal mode. We're not even going to mess with VESA compatibility. But if you will see the footage here of how it was running on the 486 that we had before this, this is just the first level of the first episode, and you can see it hangs around 10 frames per second just at the beginning. And it goes much lower, down to the single digits and whatnot throughout the rest of the level. And it's not great. This is, again, 320 by 200, and it's just kind of rolling along, chugging through the game. It's not a pleasant experience, mostly single digits. But now we're going to try it on the Pentium, and man, it's already loading much quicker, so that's good. Nice.
Let's rock. Dang, those alien bastards are gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Well, it is nominally better. We're getting low teens up there. So that's the frame rate, more or less, right now. You know, It's faster, but again, there's only so much we're going to be able to squeeze out of this system considering the other things that are installed in there, like the video card. It's certainly more playable though, that's for absolute sure. Not as good as I could be, but I'll take it. Time to die. If I were spending the equivalent of $500 on this back in the day for like games or whatever like this would not be the most satisfying thing. There's other bottlenecks that I think are making much bigger of a difference in terms of games like Duke 3D. Let's try Descent 2, because that's another one that just ran like total garbage on the 486. Let me show you what that looked like. Here's some direct capture of Descent 2 on the 66 megahertz AMD CPU that I had in here before. And again, single digits, low teens, a little better than Duke 3D, but yeah, not great. Even when cranking down the settings, this is the highest settings here, but if we crank the detail all the way down to the lowest, it's, you know, a little better. You can get a few extra frames here and there. I mean, I would have played this when I was a kid. It's just such a cool game that I wouldn't have cared. But it is not great nowadays, that's for sure. And low detail, mid, high detail, whatever. It's all pretty sucky. So, moving on over to the Pentium. Let us see how this goes. Looks better. Let's turn on the frame counter. So, okay, yeah. I mean, that's, again, pretty clear improvement. Ooh, much more playable. Not great. Still dipping into the single digits here and there, but not nearly as much. And again, this is on the highest detail setting. So, that's a red door. What am I shooting with? Yeah, you know. Can't handle all the action. Let's see what it's like with the lowest again. Yeah, nominally better, you know, like it was in the 46, but I mean, honestly, this is about how I played Descent 2 for the first time back in the day. It was on like a Pentium 90, I believe. So it's maybe a little quicker than this, but oddly nostalgic in a way. Which is really the whole point of this build. It's not to make the fastest 46 or early Pentium. I'm experimenting with parts and seeing what things do, because now I can. It's fun. All right, one more thing that I want to try here, and that is Quake, because it didn't work whatsoever. But we're going to try a benchmark. The venerable Phil's Computer Lab benchmark. Shout out to Phil for these handy programs and things you can download on his website. So we're going to run the Quake Time demo, just the normal one. And again, this did not even run at all on the 486. I mean, it tried. Well, this doesn't either. Let's try one of the other ones. Lower resolution, I believe. Nope. Okay, clean boot here. Let's see if it does anything different. Nope. That totally doesn't want to work. Let's just try Doom. See if that does anything. Max details. I didn't run this on the 46, so I don't really have anything to compare it to, but certainly looks like it's running a bit smoother than it did on that CPU, just looking at it. Alright. 2134 game ticks. 2664 real ticks. Those are numbers. Again, I don't have anything to compare it to, unfortunately. Ah, man, that sucks. I couldn't even get the Quake time demo to work at all, man. So, final thoughts on the Pentium Overdrive processor, 83 megahertz. For now, anyway. It's unfortunate that it's connected to such a computer. You know, if it was a more capable machine, we would be getting more of the capabilities of it. You know, it's sort of a weird conundrum. I was reading about that in the reviews, contemporary reviews back in the day. People were like, just again, questioning who exactly this is for, because the faster your system is, you know, the better it is, the newer it is, the better capable your 46 board is, the more you're going to get out of this. The older it is, the less you're going to get out of it. And that's like backwards. You know, the people with the slower, older systems don't get as much out of the upgrade as the people with the newer, faster systems that are already newer and faster. So Yeah, I'd kind of much rather have a 486 DX4100 and stick that in here, or even maybe one of the AMD P75 or something you can overclock and do cool things. Maybe I'll try that in the future. And I also do want to try with messing around with different VLB compatible cards, like some different video cards and memory as well. I want to try maybe some faster memory, because I think that would make a good difference, honestly, because I think that's a bit of a bottleneck. Anyway, all sorts of things to mess with on this 486, and that's why I have it. It's just, yeah, screwing around with configurations and things that I never could back in the day. Wondered about them. I've always been curious if they've been any good ever since diving back into the hobby as an adult, and yeah, it's like, I don't know, it's just fun. I love messing around with these things. And I love Missile Command. All right, so yeah, this thing was overall disappointing. And not like awful, but like it could have been better. You know, the upgrade was quicker, sure, than the AMD thing that I had in there before, roughly 66 megahertz 46 DX2 equivalent, but it could have been better for sure if it had a better system to be installed in. And you know, something like the AMD, what was it, the 5X86 133, probably more interesting than what the Pentium Overdrive ended up being. And there was also the fact that I never did get games like Quake or Tomb Raider to work on there. Don't know why, I still don't. It did not have that floating point bug on that Pentium Overdrive, according to the Intel test software that I ran on there. So I don't think it's that, but yeah, for whatever reason, Quake and Tomb Raider were just no-goes. So I don't know, a few odd quirks like that, and plus the fact that it wasn't like as much of a boost as I was kind of hoping it could be. So that's when I kind of decided immediately in my mind that I needed to do a 486 Overdrive instead. I did it sometime later, but you know, I was immediately thinking that I need to do that in the future, and I eventually did. And this was over on my LGR Blurbs channel, so hey, maybe you haven't seen this, I don't know. But here is the Woodgrain 486 downgrade upgrade to the 486 Overdrive. Greetings and blurbs and Intel Overdrive processor things. Look at this. Got a lovely sealed 486 DX4 100 processor here. Yeah, dude. I've had this for a while now, and I've been meaning to put it in my LGR Woodgrain 486 for a while now. Although it's not been the Woodgrain 486 ever since I upgraded it to a Pentium Overdrive over on my LGR channel. See that video if you haven't. I wanted to switch it over to this because that Pentium Overdrive, while cool, it's not really the spirit of what I wanted to do with that machine when I initially built it. And this isn't really either, but it should be awesome. And I've always liked these processors. I've got one of them in my Compaq Presario 425. That thing is great. It's been in there ever since I got it in high school. But yeah, got this one sealed. I'm gonna see if it makes any difference. I don't know. It's not gonna be mind-blowing. In fact, I don't know if it's gonna be any faster or slower. I just don't know. I haven't actually tested or compared the performance of a 486 DX4 to the Pentium Overdrive. So I don't know, just curious to see what the difference will be, so we'll compare the two. And that's what this is. So this in particular is a DX4 ODPR100, and that means Overdrive Processor Replacement, ODPR. If you see the R in the name of these things, then you know that it is a specific type of thing that is meant to drop in and completely replace a PGA 168 socket. However, they also had this one. So this is essentially the same chip, but this is the ODP. So this has an extra pin on there, and you'll need to put that in an upgrade socket, or you know, like a secondary kind of thing that's separate from the main CPU. I actually sent another one of these that I had over to Adrian Black, Adrian's Digital Basement. He put it on his second channel when he did a unboxing and setup video for that. So yeah, I recommend his video too if you want to see a little bit more in depth on that. And anyway, yeah, I gave him this replacement version. So it's more versatile. You can use it in more things. Whereas with this one, it's got that weird little extra pin just kind of right in the middle. Whatever. let's get this unboxed and installed. And yeah, I ended up with a bunch of these boxed and sealed, which is why I've been sending them out to other YouTubers and such. I just got them all in like a job lot auction years ago, and they've been sitting in storage. And time to use this one. Now, the way this comes off, it just sort of ruins the box. I don't know if I want to do that. I want to see if I can, like, because this thing just rips apart and blah. There we go. Keep that intact. Put it back on a shelf as a display piece. Heck yeah. Look at that. Reclosable chip container in a lot of languages. All right. So that is the Overdrive DX40DPR100. Yeah. Got some voltage regulation there, so we don't have to worry about that. And there is no additional center pin there, so yeah, you can just plug this into your normal PGA 168. I suppose that makes the other one PGA 169. Nice. Yeah, just normal 168 here. Looks like the pins are all looking good. And we get a little accessories packet. Don't see any Coffee Instant Type 2, but we do have a nice little PGA chip puller deal. These do tend to bend somewhat easily, and the edges are really sharp. I'm not a fan of these ones that Intel included in particular. But, you know, they do the job in terms of pulling things out when you don't have a ZIF socket or anything like that. But thankfully, the one that I have in there on the 486, don't have to worry about that at all. Oh, yeah, we got this little disc. Overdrive Processor Demonstration and Diagnostics, version 5. Registration. Wee. And of course, some instrucciones. 1995. Before I begin, on most computers, installing this crap is simple. But if it's not, you might suck. That's pretty much how these go. It is very simple. You just kind of plug it in, and most of the configuration is down to your system. So it's either going to handle all the voltage changing and clock multiplying, all that stuff on its own, but probably not, and definitely not in the case of my system in there. I'm going to have to refer to my documentation for my particular motherboard, because there's things to swap around for the motherboard to know what type of CPU is going in there, because right now I have it set to P24T because that would be the Pentium Overdrive, but this is different. I'll see. Anyway, go ahead and get this installed real quick, and we'll test it out. Good times, good times, good times, banana. Yep. Alright, so out with the Pentium Overdrive. Just get that out of the socket here. And in goes the 486 Overdrive. And yeah, it's going to be a little bit smaller, but that just means we'll leave one row of pins all the way around the edge. Just match up the corner there, and that's that. And at this point, it's just going to be a matter of figuring out those jumpers, and I'll be referring to that list of jumper settings that you saw earlier that I put up on screen. And yeah, shouldn't be too much to change though. And I'll go ahead and get it booted up. Hey, it's booting. Nice. You hear that actual physical hard disk click on and whirring there? It has a little bit of a click every so often, but I added it anyway because I was digging through storage. I'm like, oh man, original old hard drives. Oh, 100 megahertz, 46DX4, nice. So it is configured correctly, it seems. So that's fun. You never know with the jumpers. I double and triple check those. I actually tried a couple of different configurations. One I tried earlier didn't work. So the right back version DX4 configuration didn't work. Right through did, and here's what we got here. Right back is enabled for the L2 cache, the external cache. But yeah, I just put that little hard drive in there just to test out really quick and see if I maybe wanted to, yeah, it's like at 340-ish megs. I just wanted to see if it'd be fun to have an actual physical hard drive again, just as a C drive, and then I'm keeping the compact flash adapter here as like D, just to copy a bunch of things over easily and store some extra stuff, but run Windows and DOS and whatnot from a physical old spinny hard disk. Yeah, we're gonna run check CPU, just a double, triple check here. So DX4, 100 megahertz, clock multiplier 3. Yeah, all good. Yeah, there it is. Enabled in write through mode. Cool. Now let's run an actual benchmark. Let's do system information. Just to see how close it is to the Pentium Overdrive. That's really close. That's a little closer than I thought it'd be. Let me bring up what it was before, because I tested this just before swapping it out. Yeah, what? It's exactly the same rating, at least in this benchmark. So the Pentium Overdrive, 83 megahertz, was 132.3, exactly the same as we're getting. So let's run top bench. Wow, yeah, again, extremely close. Yeah, here's what the results were with the Pentium Overdrive. I was getting around 222 on average, and this one is about 221 on average. Fascinating. Let's run the 3D bench. I don't remember what graphics card I had in there when I did my Pentium Overdrive video, but I've got the Diamond Speedstar Pro in there right now. Okay, so we got 52.5, and here's what it was when I did the Pentium Overdrive, 55.7. So that's the result that I got when I originally put the Overdrive in there, the Pentium. Huh. I do know that Quake wouldn't run for some reason. Let's see if, okay. Huh, that's actually loading. Yeah, for some reason I was never able to get the Quake time demo to actually run on the Pentium Overdrive. Don't know why. This is doing it though. Hey, there we go. It's really dark, but that's all right. It's actually running, which is better than the last machine, or the last CPU. Yeah, no, I never figured out why it wouldn't run on that. So it's not running great, but it is there. It's kind of cool to see it all. It's not as bad as I thought it'd be, honestly. It's just dark because it's just using the default settings for this benchmark. We'll skip ahead here, see what the average FPS was. Okay, we get 969 frames, 110.6 seconds, 8.8 FPS average. Oh man, I was hoping we might get 10. We might have gotten double digits, but no. So, okay. Well, yeah, it works, but sure wouldn't want to play it like this unless it was 1996 and that's all you had, and in that case this would have been awesome. But oof. This is my first time playing Quake on this machine, I think. I've just never been able to run it. Oh, because like originally I had like the I might have tried it on the 66 megahertz like AM486 thing that I had on here, like when I first built this like 5 years ago. But yeah, like I said, it just never ran at all on the Pentium Overdrive, so that sucked. I'd be curious to see what like an AM586 would do, or like a Cyrix 586. So many things to test all the time. This is miserable, and the sound isn't even on. I don't even think we have... Actually, do we have sound? No, don't even have sound enabled. That's okay. So, let's try this really quick, just because I don't know what's on here. Processor Demonstration and Diagnostics version 5. I guess install. There's also a setup. We'll do install. Looks like there might be a Windows version as well. Okay, yeah. Interesting. Maybe we should run the Windows one, because, yeah, I think I ran the DOS diagnostics disk with the Pentium Overdrive. Squiggly backgrounds. Neat. ODP util. Okay. Installed. Let's see what it is. It's just this. Is it going to run in DOS anyway? Yep. All right. So whatever, it's just a shortcut to a DOS program. Let's see what here. After upgrade. Oh man, so it would have done a benchmark? Previous save processing information has not been detected. Well, dang it. Now I wish I had kept that one in there and done this beforehand. I didn't know that you could do that. Determining its speed and icomp index. Yeah, 435. Whatever that... Ah, dang it. Ah, I wish I'd run this before. That would have been fun. No, I have to go in there and swap it out. That's not a big deal, but then I have to put all the jumpers back and it sucks. All right. So, it's saying, according to this icomp index, that it's very close to the 63 megahertz Pentium overdrive, but the 83 would be up there. I don't know if I believe that on this system, but that could very well just be because this motherboard, man. Ah, yeah, this looks very much like the one that came with the Pentium overdrive. Processor instruction test, there's this, which was also in the Pentiums, but, I mean, you know, yay, it failed. Or, it passed, it didn't fail. Floating point conformance test. Yes, conform. Do that math. Do it all. Fast, baby. Faster. Ooh. So that's awesome. A successful upgrade in my opinion, even though it's nominally slower than the Pentium overdrive, but it's not so much so that it's going to make like any notable difference whatsoever to my videos. It's just that I've got a 486 in there now, which I am a little more fond of, and this pointless demo shortcut. What in the world? That's so dumb. Can't believe it was just a shortcut. I should have known seeing the PIF file in the icon there. Meow. Well, that's pretty much it, I guess. Seems I gotta do something else though. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ooh. I keep forgetting I've added that little wavetable daughter board to the sound card in there.
Come get some. Damn, this English bastard's gonna pay for shooting up my ride.
Yeah, I remember being around like 12 or 13 FPS on the top of this rooftop here. It's the same thing. So here is my thing I'm thinking aloud at the moment. That is, what is the bottleneck in this system that is making it exactly the same performance pretty much as the Pentium overdrive? There should be a slight difference, right? So here's all the things I've swapped out on here. Like I've swapped out I swapped out the memory a while back. I put like faster, what I think is faster, 60 nanosecond EDO RAM in here, 16 megs of that. That's pretty much what I had in there before, but yeah, I was seeing if that would make a difference. It made none. And yeah, I've swapped out the graphics. That obviously helps, but for like the CPU tests, that shouldn't affect those tests. Yeah. Is it just the motherboard itself is incapable of going beyond a certain way? Like, is it some bus speed things? Is it, because I've looked all through like, crap. Settings on the BIOS and all sorts of stuff. Again, I wasn't trying to like blow myself away with a performance gain or something. Obviously, I didn't expect the 486 to be faster, but I did at least expect it to be slower, or I expected that overdrive to be faster whenever I initially did it. Yeah, if anybody has any things that they want me to look into or try or just check in the BIOS or whatever, I've gone through and set everything that I know to do in terms of like memory optimizations and stuff. So let's see here. Yeah. External cache enabled, right back. That's fine. Internal cache, right through is grayed out, and like I said, you can change it on the motherboard with a jumper, but whenever I do that, it just doesn't boot. And in terms of memory, that's why I've got it here. It's pretty much, you know, I think that's good. Whatever. This is definitely faster, or the fastest I've gotten things to go with the memory, but this is what I've got. I've messed with every single one of those options you've seen, and every single time it's either like exactly the same, like this is as good as it gets, or it's so close that it just doesn't matter. So at least it's got a 486 in there again. That's literally all that I wanted to accomplish with this video, and I think I've done that. Thanks for watching. Oh, hey, nope, wait. I'm not quite done yet, I guess. So a few days later here, and I'm just still screwing around with this because I find it fascinating, the discrepancy or lack thereof between the two processors. I've got my theories, but just kind of decided to look up some other folks' experiences with this, and remembered Phil's Computer Lab. There's a video on his channel where he did a comparison between DX4100 and the Pentium Overdrive 83 megahertz. So yeah, this is what we side graded from the 83 megahertz Pentium Overdrive, and here is the DX4100. I don't remember if he said if it's an overdrive or what, but yeah, you can see in a lot of these benchmarks, the results here are actually really close for things like Doom and 3D benchmark we were doing, but depending on some of the other ones, you might get more drastic differences. And like, for instance, System Information 8.0, he got exactly the same results on the two as well, just like I did. And with Top Bench, yeah, pretty close, with the DX4100 being slightly faster than the Pentium Overdrive in that case, which is kind of how I got. Some of these others I didn't run, like the Landmark 6.0 FPU benchmark. That made a much more significant difference, as you'd expect, since that was a really big difference between the Pentium and the 486 class chips anyway. So I just ran the Doom benchmark max settings, and we got this right here. Let me see what it was when I did it on the Pentium Overdrive. Okay, yeah, so this is what it was in my Pentium Overdrive video. So of course the same game ticks, because it's the same benchmark, and 2418 real ticks on this one versus 2664 on the Pentium Overdrive. So there is a difference. It's still just not as much as I thought. I don't know, I always assumed there'd be a wider gulf between the 486 DX4100 Overdrive and the Pentium. There's also just the fact that the motherboard itself, it's not the best. Phil even mentioned that in his video there that I just showed some of the benchmarks. It's like, there's slower 486 motherboards, and I know this one's slower. It always has been. Again, I wasn't trying to go for crazy speed boosts here. I was just curious what the difference would be, and I expected more of a difference. It's not a negative, it's just interesting, I think. So I've got a 486 and a wood grain 486 again. That is entirely my goal. So yeah, I don't know what else to say, except it's endlessly fun with this stuff for me, and now I'm just rambling on about old processors and computers, but that's what I do. I don't know. I think this is cool. Oh yeah, I was much happier with this one. It's one of those that I really felt that I had to do for a couple reasons. One, the Pentium was just like, I don't know, it wasn't like enough of a jump to make it like worthwhile to me. And there was something mentally about having to call it like the LGR wood grain PC or the wood grain Pentium that I didn't like. I liked calling it the LGR wood grain 486. So putting a 486 back in there, even though it was an overdrive, it made a lot of sense. It made me happy, and it's what's still in there. 100 megahertz overdrive works well for this kind of platform that's installed in terms of the motherboard and all the configuration that has. And yeah, it was on the LGR Blurbs side channel because I mean, it was really too similar to the previous overdrive video in terms of the way it was put together and the overall results in terms of performance. They really weren't terribly off. So yeah, I don't know, it didn't feel like something that really needed to be on the main LGR channel, so I didn't put it there. It was more of a minor side grade / downgrade change, alteration, whatever. It was a blurb, man, very blurby topic. Oh, and Quake and Tomb Raider now work perfectly fine on there. I mean, not like super fast or anything. It is still a 486 system, VLB and all the other limitations that are in this particular board. But yeah, Tomb Raider, Quake, they work. You got software rendering and everything. It's just a better choice overall, not only for compatibility, it seems, but the fact that I can call it the LGR wood grain 486 now and not have to get like technical about it, like, oh, I know it used to be a 486, but now it's a Pentium. I don't know. One of those things that bothered me and now it doesn't. So, yay. What was next? Not too many more things. Oh yeah, the wood grain. So there is new wood grain on here. Some of y'all have noticed, some have, I don't know, maybe you just don't care, but there have been a few comments over the past however many videos that I've used this. It's like, that looks a little different. Is it just the color balance? No, it's completely new skin on there. So that was also a Blurbs video over on that channel. So let's see the reskin of new wood grain. Old friend. Greetings, got an LGR blurb here about the LGR wood grain 486 because, well, after I went to Vintage Computer Festival Midwest, both this year and last year, and then another show in between, Southeast Game Exchange, it's got a little worse for wear. So, as you can see here, scuffs and tears just from being moved around and transported thousands of miles all across the country. The wood grain is coming off, man. It's been scraping up on this side for a while, and on the edges, you know, where it curves around. Can you believe this thing has been going for, what, 6 years now? Something like that? Ugh. And then, yeah, on this trip, it just got even worse. So, you can see it's just all coming apart on the edges, and yeah, it needs a bit of a refresh on the vinyl. Take the compact flash out so don't bump it. Poor thing. It's served me well in its current look, but we got a new look we're going to do today, and that's all this is. So, I got new wood grain. It's not the same type as last time. So, in fact, it's a different color, temperature, and everything, different pattern of wood grain. I liked the way it looked in photos, but it's a little more red than I was thinking it would be. I think we're going to do it. We'll just hope that it's as good in terms of applying it as this contact paper was. Certainly feels quality. Yeah. I don't know, there's some more pronounced grains in there. I'm not 100% sold on it, to be honest, but we're going to try it. I was hoping that this would have more of like an actual grain texture, like embedded into it. Oh. Little dongle in there. All right, well, first things first. Either way, whether or not I apply this one today or go and get something else, yeah. Get the old wood grain off of there. Oh, so sad. Alright, well, there is the state of it as it is these days. Whole bunch of stuff in there. Man, I use the thing all the time for so many different LGR projects. Of course, we gotta get this little front panel out as well. Dang IDE cables. Oh, that's a SCSI cable, no wonder. Big sucker. Ah. All right. Yeah, look at that. It's just all knackered. Oh, yeah, it's just like coming apart. That's the other thing too, as it's been aging, it's been, it gets dry and kind of crackly. Just especially, I don't know, like the parts that were never fully connected, like where it wrapped around the edges, and it dries it out. Oh, this is so sad. I don't know why it is, but it is. I really like this thing. Hopefully I like the new wood grain too. If not, whatever. I mean, this is not a huge deal to take off once it's, you know, it's annoying right now because it's been on there so long, but if I really don't like the new wood grain, we can always swap it. That's a good chunk of it. More stripes in here. Okay, I think that is it. Yeah, there's like a slight consistency left behind, but I don't think it's gonna get in. Well, I'm just gonna wipe it down anyway. May as well. Oh man, it looks so naked. It's so naked. Oh, that's awful. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of stickiness, but that definitely feels better wiped down, so. All right, well, I'd forgotten just how truly scuffed up and through the ringer this case had gotten before I ever put wood grain on there. This case has been through a lot. I don't even remember where I got it, man. Good stuff. Well, let that dry off real quick, and we'll get this new wood grain applied. I mean, that's definitely vivid. I do like the richness of it. It's almost more cherry than walnut. I don't know. We'll see. The end of an era. Well, I think it looks pretty good. It is certainly more of a reddish hue, but that's okay. Nothing wrong. A little bit of a different wood grain and more of these like crack looking grains running through it. I don't know. It's just a different aesthetic, more pronounced, less muted. I don't dislike it. And yeah, it went on there rather decently. I don't think I like it as much as the contact paper I used last time. There's just something about the way it applies on there. It took a little more effort and just was a little more finicky and actually broke apart in a couple of areas, which is kind of annoying. Yeah, but it's okay. It's okay. So I actually did do a couple of different things this time, including putting some fabric, gaffer tape, right along the bottom of this here, just to keep things in place, but also give it something to rest on, because I found over the years that I'm constantly, just you take it off and you put it like this, and it was just resting directly on the wood grain vinyl and just always putting extra wear and tear along the edges and the bottom. So that should hopefully prevent that. I also put some more cutouts for some of the areas where the metal has little cutouts. Before it was just plastered on there. Didn't really know what I was doing. I mean, it held up relatively okay. This whole front part. I mean, this goes into the front of the case, so you don't see it anyway, but, you know, let's have to poke some holes in here for the screws, and that'll be it. I think this came together quite well, all things considered. And yeah, I went ahead and did the front panels, even though I just need the one. I only have one empty 5 1/4 inch drive bay on the thing right now, but you do them both at the same time, and then the grains match up together. All right, let's put this thing back together, see how it looks. Nice. Yeah, I like the look of that. Definitely stands off a bit more from the beige, or the yellowing. All right, well, there we go. Looking pretty good from behind. Yeah, just poke those through there. It tends to work just fine. Yeah, dude, look at that. You can see some of that black tape on the bottom there. I might touch up one or two little, bits at the bottom to make it blend in more, but a very minor adjustment to the way it looks. Yeah, dude. Oh yeah, it's looking a little better than I thought it would. It would. Yeah, but no, seriously, this is yeah, I like this. Certainly a different green, a little more red, but still nice. And certainly looks the part. Yeah, I'm happy with this. I'm glad I did it finally. It took about 45 minutes to apply all of that. So, this is one of those things you put off for a long time because you know it's going to be just a little bit of a time sink, and it's like, oh, do I really need to do it right now? Well, anyway, I needed to do it. So it has been done. Not bad. Look at that. Yeah. All right, so yeah, it still has that same wood grain on there. I did end up keeping it. I wasn't quite sure about the color temperature and the texture and whatnot. And I'll still probably change it in the future, but that's sort of unrelated to my taste, I guess. Like there's all kinds of different wood grain textures and colors and materials, and the way they come together and everything. Like this is one, I was really close to putting this one on here, but I thought it might, I don't know. I still kind of want to put this one on there. But I do like this one, the more reddish, orangey tone. And then I think this is pretty close to what used to be on there, but this one actually has a real nice texture to it. So in terms of like the color temperature and all that, like the warmth level, this is pretty close to the original. This one that I put on there just doesn't have the right texture. I don't know. I was hoping for some more grainy texture like these other two have. But I've since gotten those. I might do those in the future. The other reason I might swap it out, though, as I was going to say, is because of less to do with my taste and more about like just how the material itself went on there. It's kind of harder, less malleable. It almost seems like it's prone to drying out and cracking, even more so than the old wood grain. There's just something about that type of vinyl that this ended up being that was it was harder to get on there correctly and smoothly, and yeah, it just feels like it's gonna have that tendency to get old and crinkly or something. It hasn't yet. It's holding up pretty well. It's a little bit thicker than the older stuff was, which is nice too, but it's just not as malleable, so it feels like if it dries out, so to speak, it might crack and fall off. In that case, I'll probably put this one on there. We'll see. I've got a bunch of wood grains downstairs. You never know when you need to wrap something in wood grain. So the last one in terms of the videos the videos I've made, whole videos about upgrading the 486, is the Windows 95 episode. And this is also just a sort of a weird tangent. I wanted to cover 95, but I also wanted to do it in the context of upgrading a 486, because I hadn't done that in forever. But anyway, let's watch that one. greetings and welcome to another LGR 486 upgrade thing. And yeah, I've got Windows 3.1 going on here. It has served me well for a few years now, but it's time for the upgrade we've all been waiting for, or perhaps not, but I don't know, I've been kind of waiting for it. It's always been my goal to install Windows 95 on here, at least for a bit. I've got different installations set up on different compact flash cards for this machine, so I'm not going to be sticking with 95 permanently, but for this video, okay, we've got Windows 95, complete in the box, still sealed. This will be quite an experience. I've never actually unboxed a Windows 95 before. I've only ever had CD-ROMs and floppy disks just on their own, but this right here, oh, this was such an exciting product in the mid-90s. Holy nuts. The impact that this had on computing, pop culture, just generally everything, it cannot be understated. We'll get into some of that, but yeah, I want to unbox this, install it, test everything out on a 486, which that alone is going to be interesting. I very rarely run 95 and a 486, but as you can see, it does only need a 386DX or higher, technically, with 4 megabytes of RAM, 45 megs of hard disk space, and VGA or higher. And this right here is a 486 100 megahertz machine. It's been upgraded many times over the years. This is the LGR wood grain 486, constantly evolving. In fact, it most recently had a new skin applied to it, all fresh new wood grain. Yeah, you can see that over on my Blurbs channel. The old wood grain was getting pretty ratty and needed some updating. But yeah, it's all refreshed with new wood grain and a whole bunch of upgrades we've applied to it. So I think it is very much ready for the most exciting upgrade of 1995, Windows 95. While I do have this lovely sealed box here for it, which we are going to open, this is the CD-ROM version of it. And well, it was also released on floppy disk, 3.5-inch floppies, so you had the upgrade version of it available on floppy and CD. But if you were to get the version of this that was for new PCs without Windows, you could only get this on 3.5-inch floppy, at least at first here in the US at retail. Of course, there were full CD versions of Windows 95 distributed later as OEM releases and some other things in different territories, as well as plenty of upgraded versions, OSR 1, 2, 2.1, 2.5 and such. But yeah, I have not installed Windows 95 from floppies since high school, so I think it's been long enough to forget the pain and want to experience it again, so let's do that. So long, Windows 3.1 for now. And it's on to 1995 with Windows 95. Let's get this sucker unsealed and enjoy the mid-90s. Yes, it is August 24th, 1995, a Thursday, and this has just launched, hitting retail at $209.95 for the full version of it. Or this one, being the upgrade-only version, was $109.95 being the suggested retail price for this in the box. To get the computer you've always wanted, click here. That start menu, the start button, it was more or less the mascot for Windows 95, and my goodness, was it exciting. Really, the whole start menu itself, it deconstructed how I knew to use a PC. I'd really only used Windows 3.1 in terms of GUIs at the time, and then to have this start menu, just rethink the whole thing, tear it all down, build it back up into something fresh. That was pretty darned exciting to me. This is also the first version of Windows on CD-ROM, so that itself was pretty awesome. CD-ROM drives were becoming not fully ubiquitous by 1995, but pretty darned expected in a new PC. I didn't have a CD-ROM until 1997, but that was just me. Anyway, this came on CD-ROM, but of course, the floppy version was very much prevalent, and as mentioned earlier, if you wanted the full 4 PCs without Windows version, not just the upgrade one, you could only get it on floppy, and finding that one nowadays is expensive and pretty hard to come by. But these right here, even sealed, 30 or 40 bucks, at least at the time of making this video. Also worth noting that this one comes with the Internet Explorer Starter Kit. So that actually adds, Internet Explorer. It did not originally come with the very first release of Windows 95, but it's inside here on the CD, I presume. Or if you had the floppy one, it had an additional 6 discs for that kit with Internet Explorer and Internet Things, in addition to the 13 for just the operating system, which we're gonna try to install here in a bit. But yeah, for now, let's just get this dang thing opened. How I dreamed of this moment so much back then. Oh, I wanted Windows 95 so bad, it was quite frankly absurd. But here we go, 27 years later. Ooh, and there we go. Oh, we got the, okay, so it is a separate disk. So there's the Internet Explorer starter kit, but here is Windows 95 in a delightful cardboard sleeve with a CD key on the back. Don't lose this number. I won't. Let's get this thing open. Oh yeah, look at that. Well, isn't that a pleasant looking disc? So yeah, this is just the upgrade, so this relies on you having a previous Windows installation ready to go, which we do, Windows 3.1. And then, you know, there were plenty of Windows 95 full distributions on CD-ROM, but those were the OEM ones or OSR versions, which is OEM service release. And those were either packed in with computers that you would buy new, or you would get them directly from Microsoft as like a system builder license, at least on the initial launch. Internet Explorer Startup Kit. Easy way to get on the internet. Oh man. Don't know if we'll be using this. I don't really have any use for this at all. Oh yeah, their old slogan. Where do you want to go today? I want to go to Windows 95 land. So yeah, just registration here. Win a free trip to Hawaii or Florida. Wonder who won that. And this colorful sheet. Oh man, AOL. 50 whole hours free. Oh my goodness. AOL for Windows 95, featuring Internet Explorer. All right. I always just miss that channel listing right there. Is it AOL 3 here, maybe? Looks like 3. And the Internet Explorer Starter Kit, I believe this is also known as the Jumpstart Kit. Why explore the internet? Well, most people come to the internet out of sheer curiosity. Maybe you've heard the hype, read a newspaper article, or heard about it from friends or coworkers. Communications, publications, entertainment, education, shopping, software, employment, porn. I don't know if it'll ever catch on, but it sure does seem like an exciting place to be. And finally, we've got a lovely looking Windows 95 manual. With 95 pages? Really? So what is new in Windows 95? Well, a new and improved interface, the start button and taskbar. Incredible. Windows Explorer. No more file manager. Long file names up to 255 characters, if I recall. Not just the 8.3 anymore. Improved game and multimedia support. Yes. I was so excited for like real games on Windows 95. It got even better when they added DirectX and Direct3D and stuff, but yeah, you had OpenGL and software rendering here. It was so cool. Plug and play hardware compatibility, or plug and pray. Sometimes it works. We'll see if it does in our 486. 32-bit preemptive multitasking, more or less. Microsoft Exchange and Microsoft Network, yeah, their own online and internet type of things. Email, faxes, MSN being their ISP, but yeah, there was just an awful lot of stuff added here. So much of it that continues to this day in some form or another. This established so much of the modern PC OS. But yeah, it's kind of interesting to think about how bare bones it was in a way, especially without this right here. Like no Internet Explorer, no DirectX or Direct3D until June of 1996. No USB either, that was still in development in 95. The install CDs weren't even bootable, still requiring a boot floppy for a standalone install. Yet at the same time, Windows 95 was such a wildly improved product compared to 3.1, and the hype was out of control. The marketing alone, man, if you were around then and glanced at a TV, magazine, or newspaper, chances are high you saw 100 different Windows 95 ads. And it's no surprise, Microsoft spent between $200 and $300 million on the ad campaign, Yeah, massive summer blockbuster ad money spent on an operating system launch. Just nuts. And the bulk of it was spent on TV commercials with the iconic Rolling Stones Start Me Up song playing throughout, because start menu lols. Yeah, that one song alone was rumored to cost $14 million, but it turns out that was just a rumor. The real price was more like $3 million, but either way, it wasn't chump change. With the story being that Bill Gates personally asked Mick Jagger how much it cost to license the track, and Jagger threw out something like $3 million, thinking it was absurd, and Gates would say no, but nope. Microsoft rolled the Stones a fat wad of cash and used the crap out of that song in all their marketing, including that huge launch event in Redmond, Washington, with 5,000 guests and 9,000 Microsoft employees, hosted by Jay Leno and televised live via satellite to launch events and retailers everywhere. And then there was this infamous cyber sitcom released on VHS, a 60-minute Windows 95 video guide produced by Microsoft and GT Interactive, featuring Friends stars Jennifer Aniston and Matthew Perry, which were unbelievably huge at the time. Yes, this is somehow real, and yes, it is painful to watch, as you'd imagine. It's great.
We'll copy the drivers off the CD onto the hard disk.
So you mean I can plug and play every printer in the world?
No, for older hardware, legacy hardware we call it, you install a printer yourself.
Oh, so that means we have to use that very confusing control panel icon like on old Windows?
No, now we have Printer Installation Wizard.
Well, that's more inspiring than printer installation ogre.
Apparently there was even an interactive CD-ROM version, which, yeah, I don't have and I don't think I want. So anyway, advertising for 95 was excessive, perhaps even off-putting, but the results spoke for themselves. And take, for example, that in 1995, around 60 million personal computers had been sold worldwide. Yet Microsoft sold 40 million copies of Windows 95 in its first year on the market between retail and OEMs. Utterly ridiculous. So with all that out of the way, I think it's high time we see what all the fuss was about and install it from 3.5-inch discs. Place your bets now on whether or not we complete a full installation without any corrupted media. So, first step here is to run the setup program off of disk 1, which kicks off ScanDisk to ensure the hard drives are ready to go, which they are, but after that is a message I wasn't expecting, recommending we quit installing from DOS and load up Windows to install Windows. I mean, sure, if it's recommended, why not? So it's back into 3.11 last time and initiating the setup process that way, which promptly asks for insertion of disk 2. And after choosing a drive and directory, we're given the option to save our existing MS-DOS and Windows files, which creates a couple of little files that should allow us to uninstall Windows 95 should we decide to go back. Something I don't believe I've ever tried. After that, we're provided the standard, typical, portable, compact, and custom Windows 95 install options, and it's gotta be custom. I want every last bite of 1995 goodness I can get. Although it is not absolutely everything available, since this floppy version does not include things like 3D screensavers, sound effects, and MIDI files. Not to mention the fun stuff folder is completely missing. We'll have to grab all that from the CD later. Another floppy thing of note is this copyright warning popping up if your particular disks have already been used to install Windows before. It still lets you install the OS, but it just fills in the name, company, and private details used during whoever initially installed it, with no option to change it. Awkward. And finally, it asks about networking cards and protocols. Note that it does not include a TCP/IP stack by default. That's something you have to add yourself here. An amusing marker of just how fresh the internet and its protocols still were back then. And with all that, so begins the main file transfer process. Now, on-screen notes from Microsoft state it'll likely take anywhere from 30 to 60 minutes to complete, and well, we're off to a great start. Oh no! What the heck? Really? So that's fun. The whole setup process continued playing an error sound on loop the entire time. Initially annoying, sure, but I made the best of it. Okay, enough distractions. Gotta continue the installation. There are still 9 more discs to get through, at least on this one. Some of the later releases had almost 30 floppies, but anyway, with every passing disc and swap message, I grew increasingly paranoid that something was gonna go wrong. I mean, how often do you run into messed up floppies installing a single old game, much less an entire OS? But I was worrying for nothing. It went off without a hitch. With lucky number 13 finishing up, I breathed an audible sigh of relief. And this part of the process took roughly 35 minutes to complete too, so right in the range predicted, although overall with the initial setup and post-install configuration stuff included, the total time came to just over an hour for everything, not including diversions for mixing error message music. And as a reward, we're greeted with that lovely original Windows 95 startup splash screen. I always got so excited seeing that as a kid. Bring on that Microsoft sound. Oh, well that's disappointing. It turns out that instead of the fantastic Brian Eno Windows 95 theme, it plays the Windows 3.1 ta-da wave since it's kept our old settings intact. Gotta fix that crap straight away. There we go. All is right with the world. A fun fact that Brian Eno startup sound there was actually composed on a Mac. According to him, he has never used a PC in his life and he just doesn't like them. Fantastic. And yeah, here is the raw Windows 95 experience as it was in 1995. Welcome to Windows 95. Did you know you can use your right mouse button to drag files? So yeah, this is a nice little thing here to introduce you not only to the new Windows help system, but just generally learn Windows 95. What happened to my program groups? What happened to File Manager? It's actually still there. It's just sort of been replaced as well. Yeah, all of these new things that you can do, or new ways to do old things. We do have some things left over from Windows 3.1, but for the most part it does a good job of replacing stuff. We do have a holdover from Windows 3.0. Reversi is still here from when we had that installation going. But yeah, Windows Explorer instead of File Manager is doing that thing it does by default that I never liked, where it gets rid of the extensions. So I always uncheck that hide extensions because I like to have them on there. But anyway, all kinds of new stuff to do in Windows Explorer. This was such a massive upgrade from File Manager, which it's still in here somewhere. Yeah, in fact, we can still open Program Manager. It either kept it from the upgrade or installs it just in case you still want it. So you have this really messed up version of Windows 3.1's Program Manager in here. I remember first discovering that this was the case, again in high school when I was installing Windows 95 or tasked with installing 95 on various school computers and upgrading them from 3.1. But yeah, at least we do still have things like Canyon.mid, or at least we would if the MIDI player was working. Okay, so that's one thing I've had some issues with. Just going to my computer here, another new thing. Anyway, yeah, the sound card I have in there is the Orpheus. It uses this Crystal plug-and-play codec. MIDI totally works in DOS games, but I haven't been able to get it going in Windows. These are some drivers that it found some plug-and-play drivers. Actually, sound was working when I first installed Windows, so hey, plug-and-play worked without much praying, but only partially. I had to install those drivers, and even now it's still not 100%. Yeah, with something like Doom here, it's gonna work just fine, at least with the wavetable MIDI that's on the card. Bit of a slow start. Come on, computer. There we go. But yeah, MIDI's working here. bits of lag, for sure. But, you know, that's a wavetable. Maybe there's just some weirdness with this particular combination of things. And I said AdLib isn't responding. Interesting. That could just be a limitation of the sound card, the drivers I'm using. In fact, yeah, looking it up on the website for the Orpheus, it does mention that there might be some weirdness in 95. That is just this particular card and software configuration. Yeah, your regular old Sound Blasters and Pro Audio Spectrums and whatever else works great in 95. And has a lot of those drivers just built in. Like, it'll just detect that crap straight away most of the time, as long as it's nothing too exotic. And yeah, being able to run my favorite DOS games from within Windows, not having to reboot into DOS mode or anything like that, it was always nice. Let's die. Yeah, when configured correctly, DOS under Windows 95 works very well. In fact, it's often my preferred way of running DOS things, at least later 90s things. You know, if you just want to open up the prompt, you have that right here. You can go full screen, get a more traditional DOS-like experience like that. You have a DOS 7, well, that says Windows 95, but DOS 7. And yeah, if you want to reboot actually into DOS mode, this doesn't have any Windows stuff going at all. So yeah, the nice mixture of Windows and DOS is very useful. That being said, it's not like Windows 95 is just sort of an application running on top of DOS. I don't know all the specifics there, but I do know it's not that simple. There is more going on. Unfortunately though, because we installed it from floppy disk, we don't have absolutely everything. This is all we get in the media folder, just the Microsoft sound, and that's all. And most unfortunately, none of the 3D screensavers. Ah, dang it, man. Like, those are pretty part and parcel to Windows 95. That's just, you know, you gotta have those. Well, you can change the appearance, make things ridiculous. Nope, that's hideous. We still have easy access and compatibility with Windows 3.1, you know, 16-bit programs, your entertainment packs, and Maxis games, in my case in particular. I was always so hopeful that my old Maxis games would still work, and they do. Yeah, dude. Being able to still have compatibility with these, quite nice. Ooh, we got WordPad instead of Write, a relatively capable word processor, considering what we're coming from with 3.1. And then, of course, Paint instead of Paintbrush. Very similar functionality, but with expanded usability and capability. And just messed up my own name there, but yeah, you can just do whatever. And oh man, it's really annoying me that I don't have like my favorite screensavers and sound effects and MIDI files and things like that. So I'm curious if I can just install them directly from the CD version or what? Because I know that you can go into this add remove programs here and then add things to the Windows setup. The thing is, I've already added everything that was available in the floppy disk version. So, you know, there's no option. Even when I select the Windows files that I have on the hard disk, the only thing it comes up with is this document templates thing. So let's just see what happens when we get the CD-ROM going here. It did not autoplay. That was a new feature of 95 as well, but we can just force that. Yeah, got the tour, Microsoft Exposition. I don't even remember what that is. Oh, okay, multimedia catalog. Oh, crap. Good old hover, cool video clips. Let's see if we can do this though. Add remove. This is what I'm curious about right here. I don't think it's gonna let me. That sucks. I mean, I could just copy things over manually, but yeah, I was hoping that it would let me just install the extra things. That being said, let's just go to where we all want to go, the fun stuff folder. So we have the game Hover here. We have some sample pictures, like this lovely Windows 95 bitmap, which, heck yeah. And let's see, videos, yes, here we go. So we have these, I guess, lower res versions and also this high performance versions. So you have Good Times, Bad Times by Edie Brickell. Music video here. Yeah. We have a trailer for Rob Roy. Weirdly, this always confused me as a kid. Like, what? What the heck? We got Weezer's Buddy Holly, of course.
Happy Days is...
We got these Windows animations by Bill Plimpton. Yeah, man. Good stuff. Such memories. It was just amazing being able to see this kind of multimedia, full motion video and everything on your computer. Holy crap. Weezer was always my favorite, though. I mean, yeah, I had no idea how in the heck they made this, getting themselves into Happy Days. I've seen some making of, like, behind the scenes things since then, of course. It's a fascinating process, but yeah, what awesome stuff. And of course, Hover. I mean, come on now. Oh dear. Well, it's playable. Of course, no music here either because it's MIDI and that's not working in Windows for whatever reason. Let's see if we can go full screen. Okay, oh, yeah. It's actually, well, a little bit worse, but hey, whatever. I would have been happy with this back in the day, and I was. Daggone it. Yeah. And I got stuck. Yeah, the entire point of this really was to just show off the game-making, graphical capabilities, performance, and all that kind of stuff under Windows. You know, not having to go into DOS to do something like this. Seeing this kind of thing run in a Windows environment was honestly pretty darned impressive. This is before DirectX, Direct3D, Direct Sound, any of that stuff. That wasn't until after Windows 95 launched. There it is. Oh, good old Hover. Alright, so I really wanted to get those stupid 3D screensavers going, and I thought, okay, I could just copy over the files and it would work, right? Well, it turns out not exactly. Copying them over from another installation just led to them not working at all. So that got me wondering, okay, was it really that the floppy disk version didn't include the screensavers, or is the hardware here just not supported and it knows that and didn't give me the option? So I went back to the CD-ROM upgrade disk that we unboxed earlier and started that installation process just to see, and it didn't show up there either. Turns out those particular screensavers are just not part of the original RTM release, and included on OSR 2 or higher. Whatever though, I went ahead and completed the Windows 95 installation there and installed the rest of the stuff, and hey look, now we have the proper registration information to me now instead of whoever owned that floppy disk version. Not only that, but it installed all the other sound schemes that I was kind of hoping we would get. So yeah, you got your jungle theme right there. The music scheme. Robots. I always remember liking this one. And Utopia. Yeah, I remember using that one a lot too. Well, anyway, it turns out what I needed to do to get the screensavers working was actually copy over some OpenGL files that neither the floppy version or the CD version installed, because again, those are only on OSR 2 or higher. They show up in that installer just fine. It's not the original release. It totally works now. It's just extremely slow. So, video hardware, processor, hard drive, you know, whatever. It's not exactly the most optimized for OpenGL screensavers, but what I don't care. It's all dithered and slow, but I like it regardless. Heck yeah, flying Windows logo. Always like that one. Of course, pipes, which I believe this was also in a previous version of Windows NT as well. Obviously 3D text, a staple of doctors and dentist offices everywhere for like a decade and a half. And my favorite, 3D maze. Sure, it runs slow and, well, I don't really care. This screensaver was always such a fun thing to watch as a kid. Always wished I could control it. I've seen some like homebrew versions that people have kind of hacked together where you can control it, but Yeah, no, it's just a maze. You watch it complete itself with the little rat running around in there somewhere, and you occasionally get it flipping over like that right there. Ah, it's great. It's great! OpenGL doing its thing, even in software rendering, is fantastic. Anyway, that's a whole lot of the Windows 95 experience that we've experienced. Other than like, networking, the email, faxes, going online. I mean, I just don't have any networking stuff in this machine right now. And Briefcase, that's just for synchronizing files between like a desktop and a laptop, other systems, whatever. One of the other things though that I have to go into here is the Microsoft Plus companion for Windows 95. It really feels incomplete without it. This right here is kind of a necessity in my opinion. It just, I mean, you gotta put it on there. You get things like the internet, but also 11 classic audiovisual themes, programs like System Agent and Drive Space, and the Legend 3D Pinball Space Cadet. It's a shame they didn't put a screenshot of that on the back. It's a real selling point. I'll never know why they didn't put that. It's just a little text blurb. Anyway, let's unbox this and install and enjoy. Yeah, also sealed. Never actually opened one of these. To be honest, only ever had copies of a copy of a copy of it. Or it would come pre-installed. All right, some familiar looking stuff. Yeah, this was released for $50 shortly after Windows 95 itself, and acted as sort of an expansion pack to Windows 95. Honestly, it feels like maybe this stuff could have been included on the CD, but whatever. How pleasant of an orange. There was also a Plus pack for kids. I might have a copy of that one around somewhere, but yeah, this is the main one. Desktop themes, visual enhancement, System Agent, enhancements to drive space compression, Internet Explorer. So yeah, if you didn't have that Internet Explorer whatever kit in your version of Windows 95, then you can get it here too. Dial-up networking server, ooh, and of course, 3D Pinball. The demo version of Full Tilt Pinball from Maxis. But yeah, let's just go ahead and get this sucker installed. Welcome to the internet setup. You'll need a modem. I don't have one. So, cool. We now have the rest of Microsoft Plus going though, so it begins with the desktop themes. My goodness, these bring back memories. Like good old Dangerous Creatures here. Inside your computer, Leonardo da Vinci, more Windows, mystery, nature, science, sports, 60s USA, golden era, travel, Windows 95. And every single time you click on one of them, it has to import, I guess, just the background? I don't know. It's taken a little bit of time for every single one of these on this 486. So, it's trying, you know. Wow. Kind of puts a damper on just randomly going through them all, huh? Yeah, I think we gotta go with inside your computer. Always liked everything about this one. And we'll need to restart the machine to use the other things, but I'm gonna take that opportunity to shut down fully. I forgot about that sound effect. Anyway, yeah, just to show this right here, because it is an AT hard on-off power supply and everything. So you get this now safe to turn off your computer message. You have to physically turn it off because yeah, it can't just switch off the computer on its own. There's no soft power switch on this kind of older machine. By the time we got a 95 machine in 1997, it had soft power on off, and I was like, dang it, where's that cool message? And yeah, it does add the this Microsoft Plus splash right there, and you get different customized splash screens depending on what you install. You can get Internet Explorer one, Microsoft Plus one, different OEM versions will have logos on there, but I never really liked this one. I just like the original, so I'll probably put it back. All right, so it has installed the internet over here, which, yeah, same thing we saw earlier that we can't do anything about. Don't have a modem. The System Agent, or what is that, the scheduler, I never liked this either. I mean, there were useful things. You could have it automatically scan disk defrag, whatever. But, I mean, I can't wait Gotta go to Space Cadet. 3D pinball. Again, not gonna get any music because of the dang MIDI not working, but you know. Like, we should at least have that Crystal FM for FM synthesis, but it just doesn't work. MPU 401, I thought that was just for the game port, but we got these other media files in here now. We can at least try. Yeah, Passport. This came with 95. Hey, all right. Well, awesome. Definitely should have activated that earlier. Okay, let's go back to Space Cadet. Now we got some daggone music. Ah. So much better. Full tilt. That's proper. Man, still wish I had FM, but whatever. Well, at this point, now that everything's working quite well and just going through a bunch of Windows 95 related memories I have, anybody remember the Duke Nukem themes that came with Atomic Edition? Yeah, you got different backgrounds and sound effects and screensavers and all kinds of good Duke Nukem related stuff. Got the little stripper animation, little eyeball cursor. That's supremely stupid.
Hello.
All these screensavers. The body parts one where,
Hello.
yeah, random jibs and monster bits just go falling down. Ah, memories. Well, let's keep the memories going with some games and whatnot. And yeah, I've got 5 actually going in the multi-CD-ROM changer we have. As a reminder, these are the specs of the LGR Woodgrain 486 as it is now. And sure, I run Duke 3D and Doom and Commander Keen and Jazz Jackrabbit and stuff all day long on this machine. It's well equipped for that kind of thing. However, when we start getting into Windows 95, that opens up a whole new territory of stuff. So let's begin with one of my favorites, one of my key early Windows 95 memories, Loadrunner Online Mad Monk's Revenge. My Uncle Mark had this on his Windows 95 computer. Really, possibly the first Windows 95 machine I spent a whole big chunk of time on.
Phew, Sierra.
Always loved that little guy. Yes. Music is always highly memorable with this game. Well, so far so good. It's running perfectly fine, which I expected. I could actually run this in Windows 3.1, but yeah. Or at least you could load runner the one before this, The Legend Returns. Ah, crap. Well, anyway. Next CD you have in here, Age of Empires. Now, I know for sure that I have never tried playing this on a 486. This is from 1997, so very much meant for Pentium class machines. Well, It's trying. It at least got the video to play. Well, it's not actually as bad as I thought it would be, but it's not ideal either, of course. Totally would have played this if this is the only system I had to play this on, because I just like this game so much. But yeah, you can see it's pretty laggy. And of course, I am just running this in 640 by 480. No point in increasing resolution beyond that on this machine. But yeah, I'm gonna say this is playable, all things considered. Obviously, it would get a whole lot worse once you get a whole lot of action going on, which is gonna be a good chunk of the game. But dude, Age of Empires on a 486. That's a first for me. So I was going to run the Need for Speed Special Edition, but I know that can go on a 486 and run through DOS. Yeah, I've already experienced that. However, Need for Speed 2, that's a bit more of a tall ask. This one actually put up a warning during the installation saying, hey, your processor is not going to fly, but you can install it anyway if you want to. So I said, sure. I mean, hey, FMV working. Oh, oh no. Well, all those menus. Oh, it's trying so hard. Okay. Oh, yeah, wow. Oh, that's a bit of a thing, huh? Oh, well. All right, so I've put all of the settings as low as they will go. I mean, hey. We're on a 486, a VLB 46.
2, 1, go!
I'm just impressed that it runs at all. Wow. Input lag is absurd, but of course so is everything here. Can I crash this guy? Yeah! Still got it. Okay, let's see what happens if we put this sucker in full screen. Ooh. Honestly, it's not much worse. Again, just impressed that it does it at all. I mean, this is Need for Speed 2 on a 486. You don't do this. Oh, well, that's the power of Windows 95, I guess. It lets you try. That's the fun part. Wow. Yeah. Coolest 486 slideshow ever. Alrighty, well, I suppose I'm going to call this video here, even though I could very easily go on for hours more, just going back and revisiting old Windows 95 memories, stuff that's just intrinsically linked to this OS and that era, especially with educational and edutainment things. Your encyclopedias like Encarta and Compton's, of course. Tons of kids' games like Putt Putt Goes to the Moon and Buzzy Explores the Airport and Widget Workshop and Sim Town, and all kinds of other things for me that come to mind with Windows 95, like Pod, Hellbender, Deadly Tide, the Microsoft Arcade and Revenge of Arcade kind of packs. Not to mention just even Microsoft Office and early internet browsing in general on different browsers and creating web pages and Front Page Express and just so many memories. I mean, that barely even scratches the surface. This is really a golden time in my own experience, growing up in the 90s. And revisiting Windows 95 at all, especially in its original form like this, even though you can never really go back. I mean, it's just not the same, but it's a fun little visit nonetheless, and I hope that you enjoyed watching. Do definitely put some of your memories in the comments, please. I love reading those stories about how you first experienced Windows 95, what kind of computer it was on. Was it at school? Was it a library? Was it your own computer? Was it a friend's or relatives or just whatever? Any of those little details all add up into something that becomes a very rich core memory set. And often for me, that does rely on the operating system itself. I don't know. It's just, it wraps all of those memories in a very GUI focused way, if that makes sense. Yeah, Windows 95. That was still really fun to put together. I mean, it's the most recent one of these update videos that I've done on it, so it's pretty fresh in my mind, but I just really enjoyed that whole experience of installing it on a 486 again and from floppies. Hadn't done either of those things in so long, and revisiting that OG Windows 95 vanilla experience without all the OSR stuff and updates and things they added later on that I was more familiar with. It was a tangent. It just got me sort of sidetracked. It wasn't really what I wanted the 486 to be. So Windows 95 is no longer on there. It's back to Windows 3.1 and DOS 6.22. I backed up that hard drive image though, so I can go back to it if I ever really need to, but I also had the full image of what it was pre-95 video. So it's back to that now. It's fine. One advantage to having like compact flash cards and stuff. On that note, that's it. That's all the videos that I've made. That being said though, let's get to some updates that I haven't actually made videos on yet. Or I don't know if I ever will. So that's why we're talking about them now. First one being, of course, Windows 95 is no longer on there. It's back to 3.1 and DOS 622. I really only had it on there for like a month before I put it back because I needed to get back to showing DOS and Windows 3.1 things for other LGR videos. So that is one of the changes that I haven't done a video about, didn't really feel a need to. Another thing is that I actually did try a SCSI 2SD interface in there instead of this compact flash thing up front. And I think it was a version 5.1, because I put a SCSI interface card in here for, well, this other thing we're going to talk about. It's no longer in there, and I don't really remember why. It's been a while since I tried that. It was either that it was too slow or too unstable or maybe some combination of the two. I don't know. I had a bad experience with it. I've had great experiences with it on other systems. I do use a SCSI 2SD, or 2 or 3 of them actually, elsewhere, but for whatever reason, it really did not play well on this 486, booting the OS from it and everything. So it was at that point that I actually went back to using the original hard drive that we put in that first build video. So that's back in there and running off of that. And then the compact flash that's in here is this front interface that I put in with a 3D printed front mounting bracket thingy. And yeah, because this whole deal, they don't actually make these front fascias or whatever for these compact flash adapters like officially, but you can find them on eBay and whatnot. So that's what that is. I think I also swapped the hard disk and floppy disk controller card out because I was having some issues where it was no longer reading the secondary channel, like at all. I don't know why, but it wasn't. So anyway, I swapped that out. It was, another minor incremental change. It's also a VLB card. It is so minor, didn't need a video. Oh, the RAM is another thing. So I don't remember what I had in there on the original build or whatever, but I did swap out the 16 megs of RAM that were in here for the fastest FPM RAM that it supported. So there are now 60 nanosecond speed FPM modules in there, and it's still 16 megabytes, but it is actually a little bit quicker in terms of the memory situation. Because I always had folks asking about that when I was running benchmarks, like, is it the memory you have in there? Maybe that's a little bit slow. So I put the fastest that this thing supports, and I want to say it was like 10 to 15% faster in like memory benchmarks. So I don't know, not something I've really noticed in like games or anything. So I didn't do a video on it. I was actually filmed half of that and I just never did anything with it because it seemed pretty inconsequential at the end. Oh yeah, the other thing, the SCSI interface card, which is in there, and that is controlling this right here, this Nakamichi MJ5.16. So it's a 16-speed 5-disc CD-ROM changer. Had that thing for probably a couple of years just sitting there, and I was like, man, I should do something with it. And I just stuck it in there. Didn't do a video about it. Didn't even plan to continue using it. I was just wondering if it worked. And I already had the SCSI card in there for something else, probably some peripheral, I don't recall. And I just left it in there because that drive changer is awesome. It will take 5 individual CD-ROMs and you can just swap them by pressing the buttons on here. And yeah, it's great. I use that all the time. Hardly ever fill it with 5 CDs, but it's nice to have a couple in there for certain programs and things. Another thing I changed was the turbo LED display up here. It now actually displays 100 instead of 66. And it's a minor thing, but I thought I would mention it because I don't think I did that in previous videos. Maybe I did, I don't know. Anyway, it's been done now. And the way that works is there is a whole array of jumpers around back that you just move around to physically make the shape of whatever numbers or I guess characters you want displayed on the display. So that was just a trial and error sort of situation, and eventually came together and got it to display 100 because all the diagrams and whatnot that I found online for different turbo displays like that weren't quite exactly what this one is, but they're all pretty much just jumpers, and you can leave the computer turned on and just move jumpers until it shows what you want it to. So that's all that is. And finally, there's the sound card situation that I alluded to earlier, and that is that I have the Orpheus sound card in there now. A modern sound card, ISA sound card, with a bunch of fantastic capabilities, and it just sounds really clean and authentic, and it's got wavetable, and what do I have in there? Yucatan FX, I believe, little daughterboard Wave Blaster add-on thing, and yeah, there's a whole blurb video about that. But I didn't include it here because I didn't install it in the Woodgrain 486, and the way I installed it ended up working a little differently than it does in here, but it's effectively the same kind of thing. Works great in Windows 3.1 and also DOS, and it does require some, additional drivers and stuff to get working that maybe aren't ideal, but honestly, it's such a clean, elegant style of solution all in one. It does so many things that I like that I've just left it installed in this ever since I got it, pretty much. So yeah, that's in there right now. Go see that Blurbs video if you'd like more details on that card. They're coming out with a new one now, actually, that has a Gravis ultrasound support, among other things. So yeah, some of the fan-made sound card projects are intense these days. I cover a lot of that more stuff on Blurbs, and it's kind of more like this, just rambling and talking and not as much editing and research and scripting and planning and whatever. So that's this video. I hope that you enjoyed, maybe, or at least skipping around the chapters to see the new stuff. Or if you're just watching and putting this on the background while you scrub the walls or something. I don't know. Maybe you got bloody walls. I don't know what your house is like. But whatever your situation, however you're listening to this, thanks for listening, watching, taking this in. Future LGR things are always in the works, I've got stuff going on though at the moment, which is again why I have this video going up this way. I don't really like compilations normally, but I figured with enough of these little contextual additions that maybe it's at least worth a little bit of your time. Hopefully it was. If not, I understand that too. And as always, thanks for watching.